Rich Mitch, I love you. Yeah, buddy. Woo! All right. Welcome back. What's going on, Rich Mitch? We're talking about perfume again.
That's right. Perfume.
What's going on? How's your day? How are your feathers? How's your back?
Feathers are rustled, but I'm still standing.
I put out the notification like some people asked. I'm not sure if that's what they're looking for exactly, but I did my best. I don't know what else to do. Some people want hours advanced notifications. You know, sometimes we don't know before a few minutes, so I'll do what I can. But there's a start. There's a start. What's up, everybody in the chat? We see you. Thank you for being here, Rich Mitch. We're back, just like we promised. They broke the 100 likes yesterday for us, and we delivered a live stream. Don't know what we're going to talk about. Oftentimes, we have no theme. Maybe we should get a little bit more organized and have a theme. Or is this okay?
It's okay. It's okay. We can plan. We can plan to plan. If that makes sense, we can try and we can think on and see if we can make a plan. But we'd have to plan the plan. So,
right. But is there purpose in these streams? Do they serve a purpose?
They serve a purpose, but I don't necessarily think. I think we've really we'll let them just go where they go, really, don't we?
That's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah, they just go where they go. I haven't got a better mic.
What's up, Andre?
Sorry about it.
What's up, Audrey Jane? What's up, Tara?
Audrey Jane.
What's up, Stefan? What's up, Lee? What's up, Sean? What's up, Brian? What's up, J-Bone? All the regulars are here. I thought I saw replay.
Yes, you did.
He's here. He never misses a moment. Mitch, you sound a lot better.
Do I? I don't understand.
Apparently, I'm the best. Thank you so much. I don't know what I'm really good at, but I try. If you give a fuck about the duck, like the stream for Eugene. I like that.
That's what I said yesterday.
I like that.
Who said that?
The duck needs theme music. Maybe we can get somebody to put together an intro for us.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Shall we start with sense of the day?
Yes, it's usually a good starting point. What did you wear today?
Well, in my very pink Gucci Bloom travel bag that I got made fun of at work today for carrying a pink purse, because I take my fragrances to work in my bag. I like to protect them in a travel bag, and the guys were hooting and hollering at me like, nice purse. You know the macho guys, the alpha males. And in here I have my very heavy 200 ml bottle of night clubbing, and I think I'm madly in love with this. This is everything that I wanted it to be. I love just how warm and cozy and comfortable it is. For something called night clubbing to be worn to a nightclub and to smell dirty and ashy and like tobacco and cigarettes in an ashtray and all that, I actually find this, I'm very comfortable in this, and I can picture myself wearing this, lounging around the house on this Sunday, just laying in bed reading books or watching a movie or something. I don't find this challenging at all for the theme that it's supposed to portray, but I love it regardless. I know I was getting some flack in the chat yesterday by the Whack Pack. They were kind of ribbing me for Celine and for picking these up, but I don't regret it whatsoever. When I first opened these, I thought, man, they're really big and they're heavy. I almost should have gone for the 100 mil just for convenience size, and I don't know if I'll ever get through 200 mil, but I mean, if they ever decide to reformulate, I'll be happy then. So I'm not sure, but I do have in mind now of picking a few more up of these. I'm just not sure which ones at the moment, but I love this.
That's Rudy. If he'll send them.
It wasn't Rudy. Yeah, Rudy sent them over. Yeah. I actually talked to Rudy last night after the stream. Is he here? I haven't seen him yet.
I don't know. I haven't seen him yet either, to be fair.
And I said to him, you know, if you're ever free, come to Canada. And, you know, he's in New York, so it's not very far. And I said, come up on the sofa. We'll have you on the casting couch. Rudy's been really good to me. So I would, you know, I wouldn't mind showing him around Toronto. And I guess it's just a bad time right now. Like I said, I'm free this weekend. I'm not sure how you would get here if the border's open, but if you're up for it, you know, you're always welcome. But and then we realized Sunday was Mother's Day, and the borders aren't open. I don't think you can get through the border. You wouldn't be able to drive or fly.
Right.
Yeah, so I handed him that invitation. You know, you're more than welcome to come up.
That's you playing with the cap. It's not me this time.
That's me this time. Yeah, it's just so like, it's just so playable. Julie, I see you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your messages. And I don't know if I should like. So I was talking about this message that I received the other day. I didn't read it. I didn't know if it was because it was sent to me private, but it was just very mindful and very thoughtful. And it meant a lot to me. It was very, I don't know if it was personal, but I mean, it was sent to me personally. But it was a very thoughtful message, and I appreciated it. So it's good to see that people actually care. So thank you, Julie. It was really nice of you.
I thought you were going to read it out.
You know, if she doesn't mind. So I have, you know, I have kind of a tip jar where you can buy me a coffee on one of those apps. And she had purchased me a coffee and left me a message, but the message was, it was left private. So you can't go in there and read. I kind of wish she had left it public so other people can read it, because it was just a really nice, heartwarming message. I don't know if she decides to change it to public, that would be nice, but.
Yeah, so if she doesn't, don't read it. Yeah, I get you.
Right, because it was private, and I just want to respect her privacy. But
so you wore Celine today. Today I wore Aberdeen Lavender by Creed. And I've put quite a big dent in this bottle, actually. I'll show you if you give us 2 seconds. Hold on. There you go. I don't know if you can see that. So it's a decent sized dent. I mean, it's down below the. Let's have a look here. Can you see?
I see it.
That's a decent sized dent, that like.
Did you do that all by yourself?
I did that all by myself. I'm a big boy now. I did it all by myself. So I'm a he duck. So he ducks use lots of perfume. That it's not one of my favorites. I don't think I would replace it, right? But it's so good for cool spring days. And obviously living in the northeast of England, we have a lot of cool spring days. Even in the summer, we have a lot of cool spring days. There's Never Kiss and Tell.
Oh, this is so good. Is it? So it's a Creed. I imagine it's not obnoxiously loud, because Creeds aren't known for that kind of thing, are they?
No, it's not outrageously loud. I put on about 7 sprays of this at a time, and it lasts for about 8 hours, and that's pretty much where I want to be. It's pretty. It fits. It's a good fit. Do you know those shoes that you've got? Everybody's got that pair of shoes that fit really well. Yeah, really comfortable. You just throw them on whenever you want, but they're not necessarily your best pair of shoes.
Yes,
but they fit really well.
Yeah.
The fit, that's Aberdeen lavender. Me and I just go to go. Well, I love Aberdeen lavender, but I wouldn't necessarily replace it.
Okay.
I'll get through it. Do you know what it is? I've said that. I'll probably miss it when it's gone. But I got this 100 ml bottle for £100. And they're twice that in the shops. And I was over the fucking moon when I got it as well. Absolutely lovely.
Happy birthday to Mark Patton. Everybody wish Mark a happy. Tomorrow's his birthday.
Happy birthday, Mark.
He shares the same birthday as Chanel number 5. So big shout out to you, Mark's always here.
Evening all.
Yeah, I'm asking you about the performance because I'm so over the obnoxious perfumes that I really don't enjoy them as much as softer, subtler things.
Is that why you bought the Celine's?
The Celine's are exactly that. They're nice and soft and subtle, and I get a whiff of it, when I need it. It's not always like on top of me. It gives me that respect. It gives me that space. And then when I kind of move around, it appears. I like that. It doesn't overwhelm.
It sounds, I don't know. It sounds like it's going to be the next line that you're gonna buy all the bottles from.
I don't know about all, but there's a few more that I'm interested. I really liked my sample of Dawn's Putty, and there's a couple others that are quite nice.
Dawn's Putty. What are they? What are they all? Are they all just the same notes?
Well, they're all the notes listed are pretty much the same, but they don't all smell the same. Like this is galbanum, iris, vanilla, musk, moss. Yeah. But to me, there's a huge shrieking tobacco. It might not be a tobacco note, but it's an accord built by the perfumer, and it smells like tobacco and cigarettes and ashes and stuff like that. And as disgusting as that sounds, I find it very cozy and comfortable. It's really nice. It's just a big, comforting perfume, powdery. You got to remember, this is the same guy that started Dior Homme and the Dior Privé line. And he's got a thing for that style of perfume, which I love.
Yeah,
I just want to hold.
One of the treasures of my collection is a 50 ml bottle of Silver Stem.
I gotta show you this because I did an experiment this morning.
Oh my God, what is he going to pull out?
And
Audrey, have you put that mini in the freezer for 20 minutes? Because it'll be about time to take it out now, and then it should just unscrew.
So we got the Chanel 200 ml bottle, and there's the Celine, and they look pretty much the same size.
Okay.
And I've got a scale here, and I measured the weight of the bottles. Just to see, because the Celine, it just felt so much heavier. So the Chanel is almost 500 grams, $4.94. And the Celine is 725 grams.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's almost like a third heavier. And they're the exact same.
It's 50%. Yeah, it's 50%. It's 50% heavier again, isn't it?
Yeah. It's something in between that.
Yeah. Like 40% or something.
It's extremely heavy. Like, listen, that's the cap. Like there's a dead weight in there.
Sounds thick.
It's really thick. And it, that's the Chanel. It just kind of bounces off. But this thing
got over a key of perfume there, haven't you?
A what?
Over a key of perfume.
What does that mean?
A kilogram.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got a key of perfume. Oh, this
Josh thought
Aberdeen
asking
loving
about
it.
the
People are
caps. All right, let me weigh them without the caps. So the Celine is.
Well, just put the
600
caps on the scale.
I took the caps off. The Celine
right.
is 600 grams, and the Chanel is 460. Still quite a bit heavier. The Celine cap is 122 grams, and and the Chanel is 30 grams.
So that's like nearly an ounce. Well, no, that's just over an ounce.
Yeah, so it's 4 times heavier. 120 grams and 30.
That's bonkers.
Insane.
I wonder what the Parfum de Marly ones are, because people used to say the Parfums de Marly.
Right. Let me get my bottle.
Yeah. So I don't have a bottle of Parfums de Marly, so how do you like me now?
Do you think it? Oh, there's no way. Actually, it is. There is a dead weight in here too. They are the exact same. 122. Dude, they ring in at exactly 122 grams each.
What, the Parfums de Marly's?
Parfum de Marly and the Celine. Crazy.
Maybe that's like the magic weight. Maybe that's the magic weight for a cap.
I don't know. Maybe I wonder what that conversion is in another.
Well, it's like 4 ounces basically. It's 28 grams in an ounce. It's 28 grams in an ounce, so 28 times 4. Yeah, it's like 4.5 ounces nearly. Bonkers.
Crazy.
Yes, Rudy, but who did the winning award from? Because the Fragrance Foundation they gave Jeremy Fragrance an award, so they're fucking hopeless. Yes, Audrey, I agree with your email.
What was
spot on? She just
email?
sent us a private email. I'll tell you later.
Oh.
I don't know what kind of cap flex can I come at you with?
Do you have a scale?
I don't really know. No.
I personally haven't come across any other caps that are this heavy. You know, the cap from the Parfum de Marly, I realized it was heavy, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because this one is so much larger that it stood out to me. It's top heavy. Like, it just, look at this. There's a lot of weight in there, right in the top.
Yeah. Well, do you think they're evenly distributed? Because I know the Parfum de Marly one is a strange shape. Like if you feel them in your hands, do they feel evenly distributed?
Feels like it's. I guess all the weight has to be in the top because the center is hollow.
I might wear this Hemingway tomorrow. It's a vetiver. I received it from a friend. Oh, it's got a fish on it. I had no idea. And then I've got another Mask Milano which has got some kind of flower on it, but this has got a fish on it.
10 caps to take to the gym.
10 caps to take to the gym. 10 caps to take to war. Top 10 rape accusations. Top 10 perjury admissions. He admitted making up a story. Jeremy admitted making up a story with his gay friend to stop himself getting charged with rape. Fucking bad, wild video that. He should be fucking extradited.
He's probably just running out of things to talk about and wanted to be interesting.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's it. I can't tell you the amount of times I've run out of things to talk about and told you about the times I fucking perjured myself.
He doesn't really talk about being gay or giving any gay experience. We still don't know if he's gay or was gay or is going to be gay. Just kind of
as gay as the day is long. Liam, you're spot on. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. I don't recommend it.
All right, so Julie says that I can read the message, and George was on here the other night. We were talking to George and Tara Sunday night, and with George, I was just kind of discussing men, why it's so hard for men to do, to show feelings or be open. And I can't remember exactly what we were talking about, and men crying, expressing their feelings. It was something along that range. And I had told him this story of how I felt very lonely after my separation. I was out here in the park bench by myself, and I just started crying. And I had covered my head. I didn't want anybody to see me. I was sitting on the bench, and I covered my head, and I put my hoodie over. But at the same time, as I was hiding, all I wanted was like a human connection, and for somebody to come over and ask me if I was all right, or to give me a hug, or just somebody to show that they cared. And I guess that affected her in a way that she wrote me a message saying, and this was very thoughtful, I just wanted to say that I enjoy your videos very much, Eugene. Bearing your soul like you did is not easy. It's pretty damn brave, actually. I won't lie. I shed a couple of tears last night. If ever you get down or sad, please try to imagine you're getting a hug from me. You asked the universe for it, remember? In addition, I would like to treat you to an ice cream cone. Ice cream for those solitary sit on the bench days. I hope you have a good day, Julie. And yeah, it was very nice. It just kind of brightened up my day. It just shows
random act of kindness,
right? And that feels so much better. Sharing love opposed to hate feels so much better. And it's kind of something that I want to get away from on this channel. It's showed up. It's showed its head recently in the past couple weeks, and I want to stay away from that. I'd much, those kind of things always get more views, the drama and the chaos, and people stick around for it. They love, the hate-filled rants, but I really want to stay away from that and show just more acts of love, share more moments of love than hate, even though that's not always as exciting or interesting. But that's just how I feel. I feel those
I agree with you.
Moments they weigh heavy on me. I'm not, I have no control over what people are going to write in the comments. That's up to them. I hope they kind of just monitor themselves, but I only have control over what I'm going to say and who I let on.
No, I totally agree with you. I shan't be making any more negative or any other provocative or comments like that. I'm here to talk about perfume with you.
Yeah, and we can still have fun along the way.
That's right. Exactly. It's nice. Audrey says it's nice to be nice, and it is. So, yes, I'm quite happy to be happy, and happy to be here, and happy to talk about perfume and things that have drawn all of us together, all 99 of us together. Well, 101 really, because it doesn't include us.
Let me ask you something, Rich.
Go on.
In your opinion, what do you believe is a popular fragrance that sucks?
Aventus.
So you think Aventus sucks?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, quite a bit actually. Sauvage, that sucks. What else? I think quite a few actually, but I haven't got any here in front of us. I'm looking in front of us to look at because I've got a bottle of Aventus, but it was just more of a how am I feeling about Le Leon? Sorry, Audrey.
I'm just gonna get some water.
Okay, I've got like 5 liters of water here, because that's how much water I drink. The Leon still not having it. It's just not my style of fragrance at all. Ashvac is right. Oh, Sean, why have you said that? Don't deny. It's absolutely fantastic. It's fucking great. Acqua di Gio Profumo is absolutely woeful. I gave that shit away. Mind you, I've given a lot of fragrances away. I wonder what else. What else is really popular? Come at us with some popular stuff. Good night out in Geordie land. It's a good night in as well. Depends who you're in with, though.
So, do you really believe Aventus sucks, or you just don't like it?
That's a different question because you didn't define the parameters there.
No, I said, what is a fragrance that you believe sucks?
Well, what does believe mean? What does sucks mean?
Okay, that's good. Well, belief is your belief. What do you believe? A belief. What is it that you've determined, in your estimation, from the gatherings of whatever facts that you can come up with, either by smelling them or hearing in conversation?
Sauvage.
Okay.
It's not necessarily a perfume, it's a smell. Because I think Thomas was right about that. It's a smell rather than a perfume. It's not something that is like, it doesn't have it's not an eau de toilette. Hasn't got a top, a middle, and a bottom. It's just a smell. And what you get at the start is what you get at the end. Excuse me. And it uses inferior materials. It's blended inferiorly. It's inferiorly. It's blended like poorly. It's I don't like Giorgio Aranzo has asked this a couple of times, so I should answer him. Yes, I do like Arso. I do like Arso quite a lot. I bought it instead of Phil and Agil.
Okay, next question.
Go on then.
So when you speak, when you're saying words, you hear the words, they come out of your mouth. When you think, when you're listening to that inner voice, when you're listening to yourselves, when you're speaking to yourself inside your mind, where's that voice coming from? What, if you could pinpoint it on your body anywhere, where do you hear that voice from?
Are you trying to get me sent to a mental asylum? Like, I'm sure these are the things to ask you before they let you into like a fucking mental institution.
No, they usually show you pictures of random blobs of ink, and they ask you, "What do you see?" And then you probably say, like, "I don't know, I see somebody chopping up a dog or something," and they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we're taking you in."
That's right. So where does the voice come from? It just comes from within.
Hey, but what part of within? Is it your brain? Is it your throat?
Probably my brain and my ears.
Well, take a second and have a conversation with yourself and figure it out. Like, can you exactly pinpoint? Like, when you speak, you know the voice is coming out of your mouth. But when you think, where exactly is the thought coming from?
I've got a big head. It could take a while, this.
Or it could make it easier.
I'm asking myself what the hell you're playing at here. Feels like the base of your earlobes, right? And then in from the base of your earlobes to the back of your throat.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's several. There's times I feel like it's coming from the back of the throat or the middle of the brain or the brain or it almost feels like different places.
It feels like what, like different places.
No, I'm just
And
laughing.
depending on what you're saying, sphincter. There's a lot of people who talk out their ass.
Have you never taken a moment to think about it though?
Not really, no.
Like you're never curious where that voice comes from and what it's saying?
I'm usually too busy fucking cracking on. Like I'm usually too busy in the middle of doing stuff when the voice is speaking. The rest of the time, it's just sort of on autopilot. The same way that like if you think about breathing, if you think about breathing, then you end up having to think about breathing. But then as soon as you stop thinking about breathing, you just do it automatically. It's the same phenomenon, right? As when you drive to work in the car, you never remember your journey. You just remember, like, you go on to autopilot.
Because you're too fucking distracted with everything else.
Well, it's not even that. You see, the thing is, I think when I'm driving, I'm like some of the least distracted when I'm driving, like on my own. When I'm like driving on my own, because there's a few people who would say no, you get very distracted when you drive. But what I would say is if like I don't do what you do. I don't like focus and concentrate and meditate and all of that.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, this isn't about meditation or anything.
No. But like where you sit and think to yourself.
Trying to just be present in the moment. Just be aware.
Yeah.
All right. So that voice that you hear or that voice that you talk to, is that you? Is that who you are?
Well, yes. Have you ever heard of the duality of man?
Go on.
Right. Hold on. The duality of man is like supposed to show like the inner and the outer monologue of like people. You know, like you ever heard of social mask theory?
No.
Social mask theory it's sort of along the same line. Social mask theory shows that you've got one mask that you put on for the world, and then you've got another face behind the mask that's like your internal monologue, basically. And it's
so people cover up. People are protecting themselves and covering up.
Yeah, some people have found some people have found ways to go through life, and they've found like coping strategies that work for them in everyday life. How they like the life that they're living, and that's why people have midlife crises, because when they get into their middle age, they run out of the energy to be able to keep it up. That's what happens. People struggle to keep up the facade as they get older, because one, they lose the motivation to do it, and two, they lose the ability to do it because of the energy, because they run out of energy. And I suppose you could go for another angle is that they just don't want to be like that anymore. They want to change. The duality. I'm going to look up what the duality of man actually means as like a thing, because I know what I think it means, but I'm going to make sure I get it right. Dr. Jack, yeah, it's basically like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. The intuitive and psychological confusing nature of mankind to be twofold, the state of being in two qualities. The duality of man to destroy itself. In order for peace, you must prepare for war. It's all these like it's the same thing with perfumes. It's like contrast. To enjoy soapy fragrances, like Koros, you've got this is a pretty big leap here. How we're going from the duality of man to Koros, but we'll try it. Right? Koros has got a massive like filthy animal vibe about it, right? But it's also got a massive clean sort of thing, and that contrast I really like. And I think almost everybody, when I say man, I don't necessarily mean men, I mean humans. I think most people have got at least two sides to them.
Or more.
And yeah, I was going to say at least two sides to them. Most people have probably got more. You'll find as well that what a lot of people do is they'll have one set of friends that they'll do some part of their life with.
Yeah.
And then
Exactly.
you've got, and yeah,
Like say,
and then
I
you've got,
know you in a certain way that I won't know the way your mother knows you.
yes, exactly. And there are some things that you would never tell your mother. Do you know what I mean? There are some things that you would never say. Like those people who have got really good relationships with their mother frighten me, right? There's no way I could there's no way I could be like that close with like a parent or stuff like that. That's just weird. But there are some people who couldn't live any other way. So
how accurate do you believe your beliefs are?
right,
How attached are you to your beliefs?
I know what I think. Do
you think you're
I
usually
know what
correct?
I like to think so. It doesn't necessarily mean I am.
Right. So everybody usually thinks
I am self-aware enough to know that I'm not right all the time. And there are some people out there who are constipated, who can't get over themselves, who literally can't fathom a world where they aren't right, where they have to be right all the time. And as I've got
why do you
older,
think that is? Is it because they're too attached to something?
some people are just unwell. Some people are, nature versus nurture. Like you're born,
Right.
and some people are just predisposed to be a certain way, and like you've got nature and nurture. So like it depends how you're brought up. Some people are born psychopaths, but they don't go on to kill people. Some people are then born psychopaths and they do go on to people, and the difference between those people is their upbringing, right? But some people are born not psychopaths and they don't go on to kill people, and some people are born not psychopaths and they do go on to people. So it depends how you're born, right? How, like, what your scaffold is, what your makeup is, right? Your genetic makeup, and then it depends how you're brought up as well, right? And some people just get the shit end, just get the shit end of the stick, on both counts, right? And that's just life, I'm afraid. And the longer you live, the more you see that in people. Some people are pathologically incapable of self-awareness. And I'm glad I'm not one of those.
What about when you're hurting, when you're feeling pain, either physically or emotionally? Do you feel that in the same area as where you think, or that voice, or where do you feel your pain?
Well, I can tell you now, my bad back's definitely in my back. I can tell you exactly where that pain is. And that's physical pain. When I stub my toe, I know exactly where that pain is. It's in my fucking toe. Physical and mental pain are two different things. Do you know what dysphoria is?
Tell us.
Dysphoria is emotional pain. Dysphoria is, I'll read the proper definition, but I know that that's what that is. Right, dysphoria meaning. So let's not fuck about here. Dysphoria is a feeling of dissatisfaction, anxiety, and restlessness. With gender dysphoria, the discomfort is when your male and female body can be so intense that it interferes with normal life, for instance, at school or work or during social activity. So it's saying gender dysphoria. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm just looking for general dysphoria.
Dysmorphia or whatever it's called.
Body dysmorphia is where you've got like a hand and you're like, oh, that hand's not mine. Gender dysmorphia is when you want to be like the opposite sex. Dysphoria is just a feeling of dissatisfaction, anxiety, and restlessness. So it's emotional pain. It's not cognitive pain. It's not like I've got a problem and I need to solve it. It's like it's a problem with your emotions. It's where you've got a set of beliefs and you've got a counter set of beliefs, and they're both competing inside your brain and they're not compatible.
So
That's dysphoria.
do you think the body and the mind are one, or they're separate?
Separate.
Okay, so are you more connected with the body or the mind?
Probably my mind. Although I am fond of my body.
You like your body. That's a good thing.
It's the only one I've got. Audrey Jane wants to know if euphoria is euphoria not to do with CK. No, that's dysphoria. Yes, Calvin Klein dysphoria. That's what you should call one of your perfumes, dysphoria.
I'd have to look that up.
That would be quite a good, not gender dysmorphia, dysphoria though. You call one of your perfumes. I've let the fucking. You can't call it that now. Because
How do you think we form beliefs?
Reference
Through
experience.
Communication.
So it's like feedback. No, it's like feedback
From other people.
You get positive feedback. No, just from the environment. The environment includes other people. And like the environment includes yourself as well. When you eat a strawberry and you like the taste of a strawberry, you get a good feeling.
Right.
That's how it works.
What about lemons?
Fuck lemons and all who sail in them.
So are beliefs concrete? Can they be changed?
Yes and no. Depends on the individual.
Could you ever one day love lemons?
Well, I love the lemons in fuck off. I love the lemons in Loewe para Hombra because they're beautifully done. I've never smelled lemons like this. I've never known such lemon. I've never known lemon like this. This is like that. I don't do lemons, but this lemon is like the exception that proves the rule. I like to keep my options open when it comes to things like this.
Can a belief be an absolute truth?
It depends. Define absolute truth.
Well, let's say, something true would be 1 + 1 = 2. That's you can't get more truth than that.
Really? Are you sure about that?
That's pretty true.
What about 1 + 1 looks like 11?
Well, it's 1 + 1. It's not 1 and 1.
Yeah, but then you're talking about the word plus.
Well, the word was in there.
Yeah, I know, but then you're talking about the word plus. So if I said, say if you'd never known any of this before, and I said to you, right, to make 11, right, you've got to write 1.
And 1.
And then 1 again, right? So then instead, if I wanted to say, well, to make 2, you've got to take 1 and then add 1 again. So it's just one tiny little bit. You're getting into the nature of language here. It's semantics.
You're complicating things here.
You're complicating things here. I'm holding the mirror up. I'm holding the mirror up.
You certainly like.
I do that. I've got a nasty habit of doing that.
It's a big ass mirror.
Catch myself doing that when I shouldn't. These lemons are great lemons, though.
So what would you consider an absolute truth? Is there such a thing as an absolute truth?
Yes. Death and taxes. No. Just death. Death is a truth.
Well, the body dies. That's true. The body will
Well, how
die.
do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that how do you know that your consciousness doesn't die?
How do you know that it does?
Exactly. So what's an absolute truth? There aren't any.
Is love an absolute truth?
No.
Why not?
You ask that to fucking kids who get abused by their parents.
Do you
Like
think
if there are kids who get abused by their parents, right? Should that not be, is like parents are supposed to provide their kids with unconditional love, right? And absolutely, and like it like there's not supposed to be any, and like, but you're romanticizing it. Like, should there be like an
love
absolute?
doesn't
Is there
need to
something
be a
that is there
romantic?
some,
It doesn't
no,
need.
not a romantic love. It doesn't need to be romantic love. No, I'm not saying romantic love. I'm saying you're romanticizing the idea of love. Like you're saying that like these things like should be absolutes, and there should be like complete truths, and there should be truth no matter what, and it doesn't exist. I'd say everything is relative.
Sure, somebody can be abused, but they could. Do you think they cannot be shown love in other ways?
I'm not saying they can't be shown love in other ways, but I'm not
Just
saying
because
that.
they're not shown love by parents, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, it doesn't exist to them. What if
And
nobody shows? Not if. What if nobody shows this one individual love? Does it exist to them?
I would find that extremely hard to believe.
How? We're back to belief now.
Nobody has experienced love in.
Well, what if somebody hadn't?
Romantic.
Just as your questions are like hypotheticals. Yes, that's another hypothetical. What if somebody had never experienced love? Does it exist to them?
I guess not.
Pretty dark. I'm not advocating the blue pill here.
I don't even know what that stuff means. I don't know the difference between red and blue.
Yeah, I think the red one's the one where people find out the actual truth, and the blue one's where people are happy to live in ignorance. I'm not necessarily saying live in ignorance, but I'm saying like people think that the problem with the truth is that people think they find it, or they go on this thing where they hurt themselves. Where they go into doing all this like self-deprivation, and they go into all this like pain, trying to get deep into things, but they're going places and doing things that they're not necessarily going to find it there. You can learn a lot doing it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that what you're doing is right or true. You're just doing what you think is right relative to yourself, and that's why I was saying I think it's all relative.
I don't know if there is anything right or wrong. It's all
exactly
how you perceive.
Yeah, it's relative. It's relative. So people should always be. When people start to suffer, there is a reason nature is telling you, like you shouldn't necessarily be suffering. Fuck's sake.
Is there freedom in not knowing, or is that ignorance?
That's ignorance. But there is freedom. Ignorance is bliss. There is freedom in not knowing. So
would you rather know or not know? Wait, isn't that the
depends
pill?
what it,
like,
depends what it depends what it is. It depends what it is. You know, that's just how it is. How you find shit out. Whether you want it to be, I feel like I'm in the middle of Inception. No, ignorance can be freedom. This is how communism starts. No, it's not. My mind is spinning. I need to make a cup. I'll have one. Have you managed? Have you taken your Audrey? Have you taken your perfume out the freezer yet? And tried to unblock it. Give it a good twist. Eugene is quiet. He doesn't know what to say.
I'm here.
Are you? But are you here? Someone says, just because something is outside your frame of reference doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It does. You look at what you could talk about physics at that point and say like what they call the observable universe. If a butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil, does it cause a tornado in Texas? Well, does it fucking matter if you live in Australia? You know? Does it fucking matter if you live in it? If it doesn't matter if you live in Australia,
I guess it does if you live in wherever you said, Texas or Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it matters if you live in Texas, but not if you. That's why I'm saying it's relative. If you live in Australia or South Africa, it doesn't make a fucking blind bit of difference. If you live on Mars, it doesn't make any fucking difference. Like there are tornadoes and fucking dust devils on Mars all the time. Doesn't make a half of a difference to me. I hate to come at you with a bit of fucking nihilism, but the problem is that it makes more sense.
Yeah, because it doesn't make a difference doesn't mean it's not happening.
But if it's not happening, if you've no way to know,
right, that just means you're not aware of it and it doesn't affect you.
Yeah,
but it might be affecting somebody else.
It might be affecting. Almost everything affects something else, but whether it's ever going to get to your frame of reference, that's the point, isn't it? Because you are only looking at it from your point of view. Audrey Jane needs serious help. Audrey, just send it to us and I'll bloody open it to you and I'll send it back, mate.
Why don't you go over there and open it for her?
Oh, well, that's not a bad idea. I'll be there soon.
Just drop your address in the comments. I'm sure you get a lot of help.
That's right. Not too much help though. You just need to do the stream on shrooms.
Have you ever tried shrooms?
Sorry?
Have you ever tried shrooms?
Not shrooms, no. I don't like mushrooms. I'm locking my door. Audrey, why is your door not locked at 11 o'clock at night anyway? Who are you expecting? It's all coming out now. Someone, everything in this universe is made of atoms vibrating and creating matter. Atoms are an empty space. If you're not physical, then you are the body. I don't know. I think people are pretty attached to their beliefs and what they want to believe and what they feel is working for them. Ducks can't open doors anyway. Au contraire. Where there's a will, there's a way. I don't know. What do you think? Right, here's a question for you. What do you think in your collection is the most like spiritual perfume?
I'd have to say one of the incense-based ones. And right now I'm really for that. I'm enjoying Gucci's Midnight Stroll. I think it's one of my favorite frankincense, smoky, churchy perfumes.
Did you go to church when you were young?
I did.
So here's a question. It goes back to what I was saying about reference. When you were young, probably the only experience of meditation you had or anything akin to that would be when you would go to church and pray. right?
Well, yeah, I
Are you
would
not
still
are
do,
you
but
not equating the incense in church to the meditation that you're now doing? And so you are saying that this takes you back to a place where you can relate to it. Because I would say
no,
that
because
supports my point.
you know, I went to church not because I chose to. I went because I was taken there, and
No, I totally understand.
it's not something that I enjoy doing, and I got nothing out of it. I didn't create any kind of relationship with that, so I don't associate my meditations with church at all. I'm much more grounded now than I've ever been. Let's say spiritually or religiously. Just because I went to church, I don't feel like I was a religious person. I really had no concept of God. Um,
I'm not sure that's what I'm asking, though. What I'm saying is it's the closest thing you can.
well,
At
I'm
the minute,
telling you no, because I wasn't close. You know, when I went to church, I didn't have that relationship with meditation or being spiritual at all. I just smelt incense there. That's all I knew about incense. I would go to church and I would smell incense. That's it. But no, I don't relate the two at all. For myself now.
Yeah.
So when you ask me, well, incense is used in spiritual ceremonies. It's just something that's used. But when you say, what do I think is the most spiritual fragrance? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do with me going to church or not. It's just something that I find that I connect to. What do you find the most spiritual?
In my collection.
Yeah. Or out of your collection.
Oh. It's not spiritual because I'm not spiritual person.
But you know what spiritual means.
Yeah, I know what spiritual means. I would probably have to say possibly Laird Desert Mannequin. And I would say that because of how transportative it is, rather than necessarily spiritual, because it takes you somewhere.
Where does it take you?
It takes you somewhere warm and dry and cozy. It's a bit like it's like relief from like day to day.
I don't know if John's joking here or not, but
Outer space is believed. Yeah, no, he's absolutely spot on. He is true. I saw that video with.
Hang on, how do you know this? Like, if there's no air out there,
astronaut when they go on spacewalks, they come back in from
they smell their suit.
from the spacewalk. Yeah, and the suits smell like fucking. Yeah, John's absolutely spot on. That suit smell like barbecue, burnt steak.
Okay.
And what the reckon is sorry?
I figured he was joking just because I imagine there's no air out there. How can there be like what would something?
Yeah, it's all to do with the radiation and the paint. I think on the excuse me. It's all to do with the radiation and the paint on the spaceships and It's to do with the dust as well, like cooked dust.
There's dust in space.
Yeah, of course there is. There's loads of dust. Most of the particulate matter, most of the particulate matter in space is dust.
It's not the same dust that we experience down here, is it?
It's just like little bits of rock.
Yeah, rock.
Like tiny little bits of rock and stuff like that. It's not like lint. It's not like lint out of your pocket. No. I don't know. Vetiver is quite spiritual as well because it's got a lot of facets. It's like it's got moving parts.
Yeah, I can see that smoky vetiver.
Yeah. We're all Stardust, Eugene. Do you know everything that isn't hydrogen and helium is made inside stars? Exploding stars. Anyway, I don't know. What does the chat want to talk about? Can you spray in zero gravity? Yes, you would spray in zero gravity because if it would depend what kind of it would depend what kind of sprayer it was, because you would have the force of the bottle. The bottle would actually move away from the it would produce like a propulsion. Would the bottle explode? No, it would implode, if anything.
Interesting. You know, it's been so long since I've smelled L'air du Desert.
Oh, it's really good. It's really good. Andy Tower's really good. I've got, how many Andy Towers have I got? I'll tell you. I think I've got like 5. It was 2 seconds. Let's have a look. You've got them in storage, haven't you?
Yeah, I should probably pull that box out.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got 5. I've got 5, yeah. This is me. Whoops, hold on. Sorry. This is the drawer where I keep my winter and autumn fragrances. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is the latest one, rose incense. And it's lovely. It's an amber. It's like a rose amber. Rose incense and amber. He's picked up his sprayers. He sorted his sprayers out. His sprayers aren't a shite anymore, is the way. Oh, it's so good. Masculine rose. If anybody wants a manly rose.
Tara did a rose video.
Yeah, I saw that actually. I've also got a decant of. Excuse me. I've also got a decant of Kazemi off Peter. Thank you kindly. That's a rose perfume. I've got Portrait of a Lady. Rose is one of the only florals that I like. There's Arso for whoever was asking for Arso. Oh, no, there you are. Look. I don't know if you can make it out. There you go. Arso. Up the Arso. It's a vintage Ted Lapidus. I'm not doing this again. I know fucking I got pelters last time because people were like, you've got a shite camera, and to be fair, they were right. But yeah. What was I looking for? I was looking for my towers. I won an auction today for a 10mm mini. I got my latest vintage mini, and I paid £10 for a vintage. I paid £10 for a vintage Fahrenheit.
Don't you have a vintage Fahrenheit?
I've got a 50mm vintage Fahrenheit, but I got a mini Fahrenheit today. So that was nice. So where the hell's he gone?
I'm here.
All right. Like the stream for Eugene. If you don't like the stream, we can't be friends. Thanks for the motion sickness. No bother, Greggy boy. Also is lovely. That is a huge stash. Eugene's ran off. He has. He's ran off to put his head in his perfume. What was supposed to remind Eugene to show up today? It was the 100 likes. I hope he's not taking the piss.
No.
I wonder what he's doing. Back to the freezer. That's right. Like the stream for no, don't do that, Schlonghammer.
Just brewing my coffee.
All right. He's gone to find 1988 Fahrenheit. Then the dessert. People were loving your girl on.
Yeah, it was nice
Yes,
to pull those
apparently.
out and see them again, even for myself. I haven't seen them in a long time.
No, that's right. Just with a dusty.
No, they were in a nice bin, protecting it from dust in the closet.
They were in a what? A bin?
Yeah, they were in the plastic bin.
Oh, no. Don't keep it in the bin. I love your logical eloquence. When it gets far, you bring things back. Thanks. What?
Whip it out. Should I bring out the other bin?
Go on, bring out the other bin. People were loving it. Give the people what they want. People want to see
Not
your
as
bin.
fancy as the Guerlain stuff.
Well, people will be all right. People will sit and enjoy.
It's not nearly as fancy. Hang on, let me get it.
Go on then. Again, we are alone. How is the chat? Bin in Canada means storage container, I think, not trash bin. Yes, the boat goes on Square Beluga. Oh, Yelena, how did you find it? How do you like it? Do you like it a lot? Is it nice? It makes you wonder, Audrey, like that thing must have been locked up tight for years. Time in the freezer for 20 minutes and a hot cloth. Was the cloth damp, Audrey? Were you getting grip on it? If it doesn't work, if you can't get it sorted after tomorrow, then send it up and I'll who jar it. It'd be fucking embarrassing if I can't do it.
Oh, you're a bad boy.
You need to, Audrey. You're not going to get any purchase on it if it's kitchen roll. You need to like dampen it a little bit so you get some kind of purchase. What's he got for in his Eugene's big box? That's right. I'll peck at it.
Oh man.
What?
You know what that is, right?
Oh my God! Is that African leather?
Yeah.
Oh God!
It's just stuff I don't wear.
African pleather. What's that?
Baudelaire.
You need to announce them before you.
Can you not
put them on?
Can you not see them?
No, I'm looking at a delayed screen. I'm not looking at the stream.
Oh, okay. So that's by Rado Baudelaire.
Oh God. Hipsters will pay. What else have we got?
Journeyman.
Journeyman. Have you got any blotters? Because you could spray each one as you brought them out.
And review them. Like
Well,
they
not
got, I love
necessarily
the
review them.
packaging. The bottles are beautiful.
Sorry?
I said I think the bottles are absolutely gorgeous. The packaging.
Right. Yeah. Oh.
I'm just not crazy about the scents.
No, that they seem a bit heavy for you. Like for your tastes. They seem a bit bang over the head. Like with, people getting slapped with it. Sounds like you're getting slapped with a perfume. Where's it going? Journey is nice. I haven't tried Journey. Don't stop.
This is Gao.
Sorry, it's what?
Zerjov Gao.
Oh god, I really shout, is it?
Gao. I mean, gorgeous packaging too. Look at that.
Is it nice, is it?
Yeah. You not think so?
I can't see it yet. I'm not watching the wallet, like the leather around it. It'll be pleather, that though.
Wow. Do you expect it to be real leather?
It could be. I mean, bloody hell. I'm always wary. Do you know something? I don't know if you ever get this right, but I'm always wary of perfumes that are in like bottles like that, because like the bottles are just like it makes you wonder. It's like fucking hell, like what they're trying to hide.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. All show and no substance.
Yeah, all fart and no shit. It's worrying.
Like it's not bad. It's just not my thing. Like I don't enjoy this at all.
Yeah, I'm not blingy. Yeah,
no, I like the
packaging.
It's the perfumes I don't like. This is Unrose de Kandahar.
Fee,
yeah. This is actually a really good perfume.
Yeah.
And these all come. You get an autograph by Tower.
Yep.
This is really nice perfume.
Wearing that now.
Oh, fuck.
What are you doing?
It seems like all my towers are leaky. That's why they're in here.
You put the cap on too hard, man.
That should not be a problem.
Well, it is.
It's like, so if I put my cap too hard on a Chanel, is it going to leak?
I don't know.
These should all be dummy proof,
isn't it?
Or come with a warning saying, do not put the cap on too hard.
You're only supposed to put the cap on until it bites.
It's just not a good design then.
I would agree.
It needs to be redesigned.
And these fucking sprayers weren't the best until recently as well.
And for that reason, I just won't be buying anymore.
Yeah. They're sorted now, though, I must admit. They are, but it's taken them like 10 years. Is Audrey Jane going to sleep?
There's a lot of jasmine in here.
I don't get a lot of jasmine from it. I get a lot of oil. I get a lot of oil, like gun oil from it, and I get a lot of smoke. I get leather. I get vetiver.
I get a lot of pearls.
No, I don't. It reminds me.
He has a certain aesthetic which I like. I like the aesthetic of the brand.
Yes, like the Towerade, like what people say, like the Towerade.
That's right.
Yeah, I like that as well.
There's something. I think he uses a lot of florals.
See, I just don't get that. I don't get that at all. Like the stream for Eugene.
This gave me a nasty headache. That's why this is in here.
What
And
is
this
it?
is Healy's Queer Plein Fleur.
Say that again, sorry?
Queer Plein Fleur.
Queer Plein Fleur. It doesn't roll off the tongue, does it?
Not for me.
No. I've got Mint Fresh, and Mint Fresh is really nice, but it doesn't last. It's only like 4 hours, but I just reapply it.
And this is a floral leather, like a green floral.
I'm surprised you don't like it then.
I don't like it because it gave me a migraine, and I'm scared to go back to it.
Yes.
Like I'm terrified.
Yeah. Have you got a thingy?
I had Anna, I had the Rose Chypre and I sold that one. I didn't like it as well. It reminded me too much of Rose Barbar from Guerlain, and I was like, because they're so similar, I just rather wear Rose Barbar.
What's Rose Barbar like?
Rose and vanilla. Rose Chypre.
Does it smell like Oud Satin Mood?
Oh wow. I never thought of that. No, I wouldn't say so.
Whenever I hear rose and vanilla, I think Oud Satin Mood. Oh! Can you hear us all right?
This is Le Beau Parfum by MFK.
It's what?
Le Beau Parfum. Francis Miz.
Le Beau.
Francis Courguion, yeah. And this is, I think this is tuberose.
Tuberose. I don't like tuberose. I really have a problem with tuberose. I'm not a huge fan of tuberose at all.
This is actually very nice. I like this perfume.
Do you ever try and force yourself? Well, no, I've realized who I'm talking to there.
Yeah, I do. I wear perfumes I don't like often.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Why don't you wear these then? Why don't you like get these out and wear them?
I guess since I moved here, I never really took the opportunity to unbox them or unpack them. I was just like, there weren't things that I enjoyed a whole lot, and I only had one shelf at the time. And I put them away, and then I got another shelf, and I never took the opportunity to bring them back out. I mean, I went back in here, and there's things that clearly I had removed because there's some empty boxes. Like I've got some empty Le Labos in here. So I've obviously, like this is empty. I've gone in here. This is Santal 33. All my Le Labos were in here at one point, and I've gone in and taken some out. I've actually got quite a bit of empty boxes in here. You know, stuff like this.
Oh my God. It's so bad. Is that the extreme?
It is. I think this is actually better than
I like the original, I must admit. Like, well, no, I say I like the original. I liked the original compared to the like other designer stuff that's being released.
This feels less designer than the original.
Really?
Yeah, I don't get the bubble gum from this that I do in the original.
You get bubble gum from the original.
Isn't that what it is? Bubble gum? I get a lot of.
I don't get bubble gum from the original. I get big spice.
I get spice. I get more spice from this, like black pepper and incense. But I get a lot of bubble gum in the original. Bubble gum, cinnamon. I think vetiver was in there. Bal d'Afrique.
Bald freak, fucking balls to Africa. That's what I used to think it meant. It's meant to be African elephant, isn't it?
Do you like this?
Meh. Not really.
This is vetiver tonka. It's basically vetiver tonka,
Bald freak.
but not as good.
No.
I've never loved it.
Oh. Maybe it's Canadian bubblegum, the boost says.
What the hell does that mean?
Do you have spicy bubblegum in Canada?
You honestly don't get bubblegum from it?
I don't. Like, not a chance.
Shit, really? Does anybody get bubblegum from it? Cinnamon bubblegum. This guy gets Alaboy gets cinnamon bubblegum. I get that.
I just don't. Just not even when you said bubblegum, I thought you were taking the piss. I thought you were. Can you hear us properly?
I hear you.
Yeah, sound. I'm just saying that because I've taken my earphones out and I've got you on speakerphone. So this is a lot easier because I can lie down and talk to you like this. When I've got my earphones in, I can't lie down.
Here's my green Irish tweed. This is the bottle that my son had busted, and I'll show you what he did.
Oh, is it big? Is it big style? Is it?
I don't know why I kept this, but I did. This was brand new. I don't think I've worn. I wore it once, but you see that?
Let's have a look. You'll have to wait for the. Oh yes, he's took the bottom off, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Good lad. You're gonna do it properly. Oh god, hold on.
But the bottom is super. It's like paper thin.
Is it?
You can see the hole right there.
Oh, did the house smell like green Irish tweed for days?
Basically, I mean, gorgeous flacon, eh? Absolutely stunning. Yeah. I love the way.
I've got a backup of the 120 of green Irish tweed.
I wish I could replace it, but they're getting hard to find.
Go to fragrance bar.
I'm not going to pay those prices. Not for Creed.
Really?
I mean, I've paid dumb prices for perfume, but it won't be for Creed.
Oh, you can't argue. Where have I put my tablets? That's over there. I've just lit me. I've lit me candle. My diptyque candle. Tara, how's your diptyque candle going?
Sorry?
Tara got a diptyque candle. That just came back into my mind.
Here's one of the very rare Cartier exclusives I did not enjoy. And this was the Iris. That's number one. And to me, it just felt like it felt synthetic. And I can pick those up, and I didn't like it.
What's that?
I liked all the other Cartiers except for this one. Very dry, powdery Iris. No sweetness whatsoever.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with this one?
I'm not familiar with any of them.
With any of the Cartier?
If you had to put them in order of like which ones you found the best, which ones would you say?
Like keeping the ouds separate?
No, not necessarily. Just throw them all in together.
Because they have an exclusive collection of ouds that are housed in the same bottle, but I think Cartier kind of separates them themselves. Because I think they are called like an oud collection.
Yeah.
Les Oud Voyages. And let me see.
Is he away? Has he stood up? He's left us alone again. Think we're alone now. Tara, which 4 candles did you get? I'm a big fan of a candle.
That Lone Star Memory really stands out that I sprayed. But here's...
Did you like it?
Yeah, I do. I do like that.
Yeah, it's really nice.
There's Oud and Rose.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I do see that. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the screen now.
And here is, this is La Treizième. So this is the leather. This is number 13. And they're both really nice. I love both of these. This is like leather.
They're 75 mils, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they're like 275 quid.
I don't know.
Like, how much were they in Canada? Like $500?
I think the Ouds were like $400.
Yikes. That is painful. There was a site in England that had some of that stuff, and it was like they had the sandalwood one.
They have a sandalwood one?
Yeah, they've got a sandalwood one. Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Sandal and Oud. That one's really nice.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting that.
It's gorgeous.
I was thinking about getting that because they had it, but they still wanted like 250 quid for it. I was like, this is a discounter. You can't be like discounter can't be knocking like 25 quid off a 300 quid perfume. What's that?
MFK Oud.
I like the Oud. I like the original Oud. Like I like it, but I don't love it. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna go out and buy it, but
I don't think there's any Oud in it. It's woody, but to me, it's just rubbery patchouli, like very rubbery, balsamic.
I get a tang. I get like a tanginess from it.
Yeah,
almost like a twang.
It's got a nice golden aura to it.
Yeah, I think it's. I like it, but I'm not paying what he's asking for 70 mil. He can fuck right off. Fuck charlatan. Just people weird.
There's Vetiverio. You like this, right?
Vetiverio from Diptyque. Yeah, I've got it. I really like it. I prefer the Eau de Parfum to the Eau de Toilette. I don't really like the Eau de Toilette. It's got too much grapefruit in it.
This is the Eau de Parfum.
Yeah. I'm thinking about buying Tempo, but I'm not sure if it's a redundant purchase.
My Tempo is right here in the box.
Do you like Tempo? Get it out and smell it. Do you like it? It was a bit forceful, but sorry. Get it out and smell it now. What's it like? What do you think it's like? Sorry, I'm fucking getting a bit fucking in.
I was kind of disappointed with the last several releases.
Yeah. Have you smelled Orpheon?
I have not.
Smells like hand cream. It smells like hand cream. Smells like a well-groomed woman.
You've smelt it?
Yeah, I have, yeah. Smells like a well-groomed woman. It smells like, like women's hand cream. Like high-end women's hand cream.
Yeah.
That's what it smells like. It's got a lot of jasmine in it.
Good or bad?
It's good. But it's good. It's good in the same way that Oud by MFK is good.
Right.
I shan't be buying it. I love Milan. I love Tamdao. Tamdao Eau de Parfum fire.
Yeah, I do like Tamdao. This to me is aromatic spices and patchouli, basically. I don't know. Something about it is missing. It's not a horrible fragrance. It doesn't satisfy my patchouli. Like I just rather wear Coromandel and get the same thing but much better.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with Tempo. I'm torn because I really get on with the lass who works at Diptyque, and she's really good to us because I buy loads of candles off her. I must have had like 15 candles off her, which is an obscene amount of candles considering what the fucking cost.
So
And
there was a time where I liked this, but the more I wore it, it's like usually I appreciate things the more I wear it, but this was like the other way around. I was like, I'm not sure that I like this. I don't think it's as good as I thought it was.
which one are you talking about now? Sorry.
Tempo.
Yeah. It's I'm not sure. There's room for a candle vlogger, Jack.
And here's L'air de Desert Americain.
Beautiful. One of the great perfumes. Iconic. Try and separate yourself from the fact that you hate the bottle and the lid. What do you think?
Let me spray it.
Okay. Fleur de Peu. Rudy, it's yeah. There's just you're missing an A somewhere. It's just Fleur de Peu is quite nice.
Fleur de Peau.
Yeah, Fleur de Peu. Fleur de Peu. Peu.
Do you get leather from this?
From which? From that? I get a bit of leather, yeah.
I feel like I'm getting a leather accord right off the top.
Yeah.
But it's green and ambery and spicy.
Yeah, I love the spice in it. The spice in it's fucking immense.
Yeah. I'm gonna put some on skin. It's been so long since I've worn this.
Go on then. First impressions.
Should I take them out? Should I keep them out of the box? Should the towers go on the shelf?
I think they should because I mean, he deserves it. He's great, I think. But they're your perfumes. You do what you want. I'm just doing some fucking doing some surgery on my candles.
Like, do you see the fill level? I think I've only worn this a few times, but look at the fill level.
Has it gone down a lot?
That's all leakage.
Jesus. It's not very much fun, is it? Show it up again. Hold on.
No, not when it's $4 a mil.
Is it 200 Canadian, is it?
Yeah.
Hold it flat. Hold it flat. So the no, not that flat. Oh yeah, that way. Oh.
What do you mean flat?
Like no, like flush. Yeah, like that. Like the way you were holding it. Pardon me. Yeah.
Have you tried his Rose Chypre?
No. No, I have not. Doesn't sound like the type of thing I would like. Have you tried his oud?
I have not.
It's awful. The
Really?
oud in it just straight honestly, it just straight up smells like you're really up close to a brand new tire. Your face, like you've put your head, do you know, before they put the tire on the alloy, and like it's got like an inside. It feels like somebody just wrapped the inside of the tire around your head, and like you're right inside it. It's just rubber. That's
Rubber.
all it is. It's so rubbery. It's unbelievably. I've never known such rubber.
Audrey Jane wants you to check your messages.
Oh shit! Hold on. Oh, so she has. Woo! Oh my God! Hold on. She got it off.
She got off?
She got it off. Well done, Audrey Jane. Well done. Absolutely sensational. I'm absolutely buzzing for her. What's it like?
What is she smelling?
It's Femini de Bois. She got a vintage Femini de Bois, like a little 5 mil mini.
Do you like any Byredo?
Nah, pulp's all right, but I think there are Diptyque scratches the itch that Byredo tries to scratch.
And that's Oud Immortel.
Oud Immortal. Immortal Oud.
And I mean, it doesn't
Oh,
smell too
like-
bad, but just very soft and pleasant.
I'm not big on Byredo. I've never been. Like the money they want for them. Like, and they're Swedish as well. It's like Swedish perfumery. They're not known for their perfume, unless everything smells like cedar.
Do you know this?
What's this?
M. Mink.
M. Mink. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, it's meant to be.
This
quite
is like one of the
exclusive, isn't it?
most outrageous perfumes ever, but I don't enjoy wearing it.
What's it got in it?
It's like patchouli and musk. You know what this smells like to me?
Go on.
It's if you've collected a bowl of blood or a cup of blood and you've put it in a refrigerator.
Well, hell.
It's so nasty. You know, metallic, how blood is metallic? It smells metallic. That's what I get from this.
Yeah, blood. Yeah,
It's
Yeah,
all
yeah.
metallic, cold blood. It's very sterile. It's like rotting eggs. It's like, all right, you took a cup and you filled it with blood and boiled eggs and you mashed it all together and put it in the refrigerator for a few hours.
God, fucking damn it!
Yeah, blood and eggs.
That is properly rotten.
This, like, I didn't get this reaction when I smelt Secretions Magnifique. I was actually disappointed when I smelt Secretions because it didn't
You thought
disappoint.
it was going to be more visceral.
This is all it is. Like, this isn't as bad as everyone says, but M. Mink is a fucking bloody nasty mess.
I got that with I got that with T-Rex. Everybody was like, "Oh, T-Rex is a madness. T-Rex is insane." But I'd smelled T-Rex the day after I'd been smelling Both at London. Both at London blew it out the water.
Come on.
Sorry, Victor. Honestly, Both at London, they're insane. It's that they're absolutely crackers. You've got to try them. That you would hate them though. Like they're absolutely bonkers. The blue T-Rex are completely out the water.
Honestly, I feel like throwing up when I smell this. Like it stirs something in my gut.
Oh, hey.
I can't do
Perfumes that make you feel things.
I can't do it.
Oh. Connection to the server is timed out. Hold up. Not you.
What's that?
I'm just talking wet, mate. Sorry. I'm on my tablet checking the chat, and like I try to release somebody's message, and it's just not having it. Is anybody else's stream buffering?
I don't think they're a horrible brand. I don't get on with their aesthetics. I don't care for them.
Right.
It's just not a brand that I'm interested in.
Yeah. I'm not really interested in Byredo, to be
Audrey
perfectly
Jane
honest.
just left us a tip in quid.
How much?
That.
£5.
5 quid.
Thank you for your consistent help and support during this testing ordeal. Quack, whack, pack. Huh?
Thank
It was a very official statement. That was like that came from the office of Audrey Jane, that statement, didn't it? You know what I mean?
Here's something from two of my favorite perfumers. This is Acqua di Parma Assoluta, which I couldn't get on with either. And this is, I think it's Jean-Claude Elena and Bertrand Duchefort, or Jean-Claude. Maybe it's not Duchefort. It might be somebody else, but there's two that worked on this.
I wonder who they were.
Horrible reflection.
Horrible reflection. You talking about the Amouage?
No, on the screen. What? Sorry, Milan is saying Rose and Dragon. What's that? He had that same reaction with Rose and Dragon. I've never heard of Rose and Dragon.
I can't think of Rose and Dragon. Oh.
So do you know Assoluta?
I do. I know Assoluta. I know Pura. And there's another one which I can't remember now. I liked a couple of them, but I think the original one's probably the best, but it only lasts for about 15 minutes, and it's a lot of money to pay
To
for
be honest,
15 minutes of fragrance.
I've never really enjoyed any from the house, and I think I'm done. Like,
trying.
Yeah. I had a few, and I got rid of them. I had the leather. I had the oud.
I really like the leather one.
Huh?
I really like the leather one. It
just takes from Tuscan leather, I thought.
Yeah, there's like a springy sort of Italian. Audrey Jane says Femini Dubois was worth the 4-hour wait.
Well, there you go.
Good luck. Stuck with thought Audrey Jane may be your PM. Yes, that's right. CK. How are you, CK, by the way? I haven't spoken to you for a while. It's been too long. Don't be a stranger.
Do you know this?
Do I know what? You have to tell us the name. I can't see. Is that Gucci?
Gucci Pour Homme 2.
Gucci Goron Per. Gucci Pour Homme 2.
This was one of the first designers I ever bought, and I actually like this. This should be on the shelf.
Yeah. Gucci Pour Homme 2. You put a little dent in that, haven't you?
Yeah, it was one of the first perfumes I bought.
Good sauce.
Yeah, very spicy. It's like fresh and spicy. It has that beautiful contrast.
Yeah.
Citrus, tea,
it's got tea in it as well, isn't it? It's got tea in it as well.
Tea and tobacco. Really nice perfume. Very good for the office, I think. Let me hit some lights.
Hit the lights. Hit the like. Hit the like. Everybody hit the like. Like the stream. Like the stream for Eugene. Not for me, but also for me, if you want. But mainly for Eugene.
How many likes? 62 likes.
Do you think Noir 29 smells like tea?
I do. And I had somebody approach me. I wore it once to work, and my supervisor came running up after me. He's like, "You're the guy that smells like this." And he's like, "My mom drinks a tea that smells exactly like your perfume." And he actually called it out. Tea. He says, "You smell like my mom's tea."
Mint. It's brilliant, that. Shit like that's absolutely amazing. That's like what perfume should be about, where people come up to you and go, "You smell like tea. What is that perfume?" One of my friends who I took her to see her mother, the one whose mother's not very well in a care home. Apparently, she went to see her today. She was full of the joys of spring. She was in a good place, and everything. She seemed a lot better and brighter. But when she walked in, my friend, she was wearing ISOE Super. I bought her a bottle of ISOE Super, and she walked into this care home and she was wearing ISOE Super, and apparently somebody said, "Oh, you smell really nice." And she was like, I couldn't remember what the letters were, so I just muttered some fucking letters under my breath and moved on.
Does he claim to use real oud in his perfume?
I think the Tower oud, the oud he bought, because he got oud. Yeah, if Tower says he's used real oud, then he used real oud. But it's not very nice. It just smells like fucking rubber. That's all it smells like. I would have fucking sent it back. Me, like, they must have tapped a rubber tree instead of an agar tree.
Yeah, I like the patchouli from Le Labo too, even though I think it's like half leather, half patchouli, or just as much leather as patchouli. They could have called that leather.
What did they call it? Patchouli.
Patchouli. What's the number on
Half leather,
patchouli?
half patchouli, all leather patchouli.
Okay, so this might come as a surprise because this is like considered, one of the great leathers. This is Bandit.
Bandit?
Yeah. Do you know Bandit?
No.
Have you heard of it? P-Gay's Bandit? I was really disappointed when I smelt this after reading the reviews. I bought this blindly. It's very green and powdery, earthy, patchouli. It's an old school Sheepra. I see Sheepra right off the bat. But I didn't get on with it for some reason. I didn't find it to be remotely as close to what the reviews were making it out to be. Like one of the all-time great leather perfumes. I didn't see that at all. And Fracas, Ashfaq's talking about Fracas. I thought it was even worse. Like the modern Fracas to me was, ugh. It just gave me a migraine, and it smelled super synthetic and cheap. I'm sure the vintages smell much better.
Is Robert P-Gay? Is it Frank? No, it was Frank Blocklet. Sorry, it was Frank Blocklet. For some reason, I get them mixed up.
You know what this smells like to me? Sort of, kind of, Antaeus, but not as good.
All right. I love Antaeus. Some fucking perfume, Antaeus, really, isn't it? I miss Antaeus when I can't wear it. Antaeus is one of those perfumes that, I've got me collection split in half. When I, like, for the 6 months, I can't wear Antaeus. I miss wearing Antaeus. Some fucking perfume, that what you got there. Rose incense. Which one is it? Rose incense?
Yeah. 06 incense rose. And this is the one you're talking about, right?
Sorry?
This is the one you're talking about getting?
Yeah, no, I've got it. I got it. It was the last one I bought.
Do you like it?
Yes, I do. I think it's more of a rose amber. Definitely ambery.
It smells boozy right off the top. Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
Coca-Cola. Bendy says an interesting Coca-Cola top note. I definitely see that.
There's a second. I like a cola. I like a cola vibe in a perfume. I get it from M7.
I also get it from one of the L'artisans. I think it's Is it one of the Mon Numeros?
L'artisan. Let's get rose incense out, shall we? Like a Dr. Pepper sort of vibe.
Yeah. Is John Lewis in the UK or the US?
John Lewis is in the UK. Why?
Because they have 15% off Dior.
Well, do they? I might go in and have a look. I wonder what else they've got. Who says that?
Jack Dean. It's highlighted on the screen.
All right.
It's very rubbery right off the top. Again, more rubber. Like a green rubber, not tire rubber. Like a rubber balsam. I guess that would be the incense. Incense is balsamic. Balsams.
For some reason, I've just smelled Rien instead of...
How did you mix those two up?
I've just... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know how the hell I've done that at all. Absolute brain fart. It's bloody lovely, that. Sorry, that's absolutely cool. It's gorgeous, this. It's very, very dry for me. Very dry.
It gets drier in the dry down.
Yeah, yeah.
Really dry.
Have you smelled Incense Extreme?
I have not.
Incense Extreme's like Rien, but with a smile on its face. Whereas Rianne's got a scowl on its face that wants to probably rob you and hurt you.
Rianne is angry.
I think Rianne is. It seethes a bit, but then it calms down. Robert thinks that his dad's got Rianne. I need an
Well, where would he get it unless he got it from you? Is he a collector?
I don't know. Maybe that's where Robert gets it from.
I like the incense rose a lot. It starts very green, and it feels like a very young rose. And in its transitions, it kind of it morphs into like a big red lush rose, and then it completely dries out. It goes through a lot of transitions, a lot of stages.
We're going through changes. Put the watch on here for Oud reviews.
Amouage dia.
It's Future Journey. Future Journey's on on his dad's. Will your dad not kick off?
I was like, Robert thinks his dad has Rianne.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Future Journey, how you doing?
Yes, Christian. Yes, I get the bubblegum vibe from Musc de Sable 1,000,000%. You're not going nuts. I get it, but it does not smell like what we usually trash as bubblegum. It smells like really good bubblegum. Interesting. Yeah, I certainly picked that up. It's almost like it's something in between bubblegum and balsams. It's rubbery as well. But yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah. Who's Musc de Sable by?
Les Indémodables.
I should really try this. Do they do a sample set?
Most likely. Are you familiar with this? This is Dia Woman.
Not Dia Woman, but Dia Man's exquisite. Dia Man's beautiful. It's Dia Man's one of the only floral perfumes that I really love. Dia Man is like a proper suited and booted fragrance for a bloke.
Christian, do you like Musc de Sable? I think it's like a near perfect perfume.
Musc de Sable. I'll log in and answer comments sometime to Muller.
Very floral. It's all floral.
Thank you, Denby. It's a good show. I've bought which you love florals, lemons, and Lilian. Who are you kidding? Fight me, Audrey. Audrey's trying to tell me that I love lemons and florals and Lilian. I don't. Have you smelled the new Chanel? I'm going to ask you this. Have you smelled?
Sorry? And they're just beliefs that you don't like Lilian. Beliefs can be changed.
But maybe it's just a belief that you do.
Absolutely. And I can dislike it just as much as I like it one day, but I don't think that's going to happen. What new Chanel?
The new Chanel, oh God, what's it called?
For men or for women or exclusive?
No, the new Chanel, the Edinburgh one.
Ah, the Lezo. That was supposed to come out last year sometime, but because of
it's coming out this year instead.
Because of the pandemic, they delayed it a year. No, I haven't. I haven't smelt it yet, but I'll end up getting it regardless.
Absolutely, Edinburgh. That's
have you smelled it?
Edinburgh. No, I haven't smelled it. No, the lasses at the Chanel in the local Phoenix, which is like the department store that carries the Les exclusives, they're very stingy. Like a lot of, like I say that I've picked on them there. I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. What I should have said was Chanel, I have found in this country, are very stingy with their samples. And I think that's part of the whole shtick of the brand.
I don't think it's just in the country. It's around the world. They do that everywhere. If sales assistants don't know you, it's almost like on a personal level, you're not going to get more than 1 or 2 samples per visit or purchase.
Yeah, I was going to say purchase, like.
Yeah. Usually you got to purchase and they'll give you just 1.
Yeah, if you're lucky, yeah.
I've been fortunate. I got them by the box full, and I ended up giving them out to friends. I just mail them out if somebody's interested. If I have them, I'll send them out. I don't usually keep mine, even though I can get probably like $25 or $30 on eBay for them.
Yeah,
probably more. I think they go for more than that. But I know they're hard to come by, and people want to know what they smell like, and everybody's curious.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. Like, they used to give out like that's what all the minis, like the minis I collect. That's what they used to give out as bloody samples, man. And they just don't anymore. They're dicks. Like the mall samples used to be like 3.5 mil, and they used to be in like really nice like sample vials. Now the ones that they do now are like cheap and tight as fuck.
Yeah, they're really tight.
Yeah, they're really tacky, which is a shame. But I don't know.
You like this Petite Matin?
I've never smelled it.
It just smells like a.
Oh, no, sorry. I have smelled it. No, I haven't actually. No, I haven't. A different one. Which one's that?
Petite Matin. It's just fresh, slightly floral, citrusy.
So basically, it's like
it's boring.
Oh, yeah, it's like Lumiere Noir.
It's nice and clean, but boring.
Yeah, I get that feeling with Coeur de Jean. Like, I think he's just throwing stuff out there, isn't he? He's
fucking mailing it in.
Yeah. You're exactly right. Yeah, he's just phoning it in.
There, I had Lumiere. I don't know where the bottle went, but it's gone from here. I don't remember even taking it out.
You're probably better off just fucking wearing the box.
There's I don't even know why I have these, to be honest. This is Aqua Celestia.
Aqua Celestia.
I don't even know what to do with these, to be honest.
Or do you keep your boxes?
What do you mean?
I've said that. I've said, do you keep your boxes? And yet here we are, you showing us all the boxes.
I've got all my boxes.
Yeah. I was going to say you could throw them out. Do you know what you could do to save space? You could just unfold them, just pull them, basically pull them apart. You don't tear them or anything, but just like pull all the folds out and lie them flat.
That's a good idea.
Saves loads of space. Yeah, saves loads of space. I do that. Really good idea. Night, Audrey Jane.
Who's leaving?
Audrey Jane's off. She's had the frolics she wanted to have. Now she's leaving.
All right, we'll see you later, Audrey.
I want to know what she thinks about. I sent her loads of Serge Lutens. She wore Diane Blonde today.
Yeah.
And she was a fan. She was a big fan, but it didn't last very long on her, which I was surprised at. I was shocked. No, Rich, to save space, you send them to CK. Not the perfume. What, the boxes? CK wants the boxes. Somebody said, NC said that Coeur de Jean mistakes coldness for modernness.
I just highlighted that. You know what? I feel his fragrances aren't bad, but they're not for us. I don't think anybody in this, does anybody even enjoy his perfumes? I mean,
I don't think he enjoys them. He you see him and he looks so detached. He looks like what Erwin Creed looked like before he sold the brand.
Detached, yeah. I feel it's just so much waste of talent.
I think that's part of the reason he's doing it. Like, I think that's the reason he's doing it. Like, there's nothing more. You know what? Temperament, because he is one of the best perfumers. Some of the stuff he's done's been absolutely sensational.
There's
But fuck,
this is horrible. This is really bad. This is vintage might have been great, but modern era is horrible. It's a bloody mess.
Who's bad?
It smells like he made it. Robert Piguet.
No, Piguet.
Like they've used stuff found under my kitchen sink to make this.
Ooh.
I can't enjoy this at all. Right away, my brain starts to swell up. You know that feeling, like your head's being filled with, it's rushing with blood.
Yes.
I don't like
it's going to explode. I'll tell you. You know, I was going to say, right? Do you know what I think he's done with his brand MFK? I think he's done what quite a few brands do. I think Roger Dove's doing this as well. Personally, they're building their brands so that they could make them as expensive as possible and then sell them.
Yeah, they're washing them out, and they're making them very appealing to the general public.
Yeah,
but they smell much better than the things that are easier to access.
Yeah. The hot shot in it. It's what Joe Malone. If you look what Joe Malone did the same thing. You build a brand from the bottom up, get it worth a lot of money to like potential investors, and they'll see the scope for future purchasing, and then sell the brand for a lot of money, and then you're set for life, and you don't have to fucking do anything anymore. Who's that?
That's New York Intense.
Oh no. One of my big fragrance regrets is buying Queer Cuba. I bought a 60. I'm so glad. I've only bought a 30 ml. I didn't buy like a massive bottle. I would have been devastated if I bought a big bottle. I think Parfums de Nicolai's hugely overrated. Hugely.
This was another failed blind buy.
Do you still get the same buzz from blind buying that you used to?
Nah. You know why? Because there's things out there that I know that I like and I'll enjoy, and I'd rather spend my money on those than taking a risk.
Yeah.
This is La Barbier de Tangier.
Tangiers.
Fresh, clean, inoffensive. I definitely get the barbershop vibe from it, but again, there's no magic to it.
Barber de Tangier.
MDCI. You love this one, Fosco? It's quite green, and I remember there being some leather in here.
Right. Is that the Barbar one?
No, that's Invasion Barbar. This is This is Le Barbier de Tangier.
Right.
That's what it is.
And like the Barber from Tangiers.
I suppose. It's a nice, fresh, clean barbershop scent.
How many of those do you really need? Like, there doesn't seem to be like any originality, like, coming.
Well, especially from that brand, they seem to be lacking.
Yeah. Like nobody's doing anything new.
Yeah, Houdini says it's nice, but nothing more. And I agree. But, you know, for $300, you can find a lot more interesting things. It is. It's nice. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, but it's not interesting. Zhao wants to know which should be his first Chanel exclusive, Boy or Le Lion?
Quaderous.
Have you tried either, Zhao?
Zhao knows which one. Zhao knows his stuff. You know what I mean? I feel a bit wrong telling Zhao what to do. Do you know what I mean? He knows his stuff. If I was Zhao, I would go with Boy. If it was between those two, but if not, you could go Sycamore, I suppose. If I was going to buy Sycamore, I'd get the Eau de Toilette. Apparently, the Eau de Toilette, the one you sold. I'd get the Eau de Toilette.
New York Intense is the greatest masculine released since Heritage.
Who the fucking hell said that?
I'd have to think about that for a while.
I wouldn't. I think it's crap. Seriously, I haven't been impressed. Lake Baikal Leather, sorry, Baikal Leather by Parfums de Nicolas is quite nice. That's got lemon in it as well. But I've smelled other stuff from them, and I've just thought bang average.
I thought the same. I thought it was nice, but there's something in it that is screechy to me that bothered me.
Yeah. Oh, damn.
Power Intense Flash. The bottle's gone. I don't know where it is.
Oh, no. Hey, y'all. Heather's here.
Who?
Hillary's here. Who the fucking hell's Heather? It's Hillary. Hillary? Is it Hillary ahoy? Ahoy, Hillary. Hillary ahoy. Aram's here as well. Hello, Aram. I didn't say him. Now, you keep me eye on the bloody chat. Who the fuck is Heather? Good question.
Do you think New York Intense would be as popular if it wasn't for what's his face, Luca Turin?
Probably not. I don't think. I think part of what Nikolai trades on is the fact that she's a girl on. She's like the last of the girl ons.
Right.
You know, it's like scandalous she was knocked back from the schools because she was a girl. But at the same time, she doesn't use the name girl on either. Do you know what I mean? Not that she's allowed to, but I just know I've never smelled anything from her that I thought was like, wow. You know, like from all of the girl ons I've smelled, from like all of the successive girl on perfumers right up to like Jean Paul, the last one. Like they've all done stuff that's wowed us. But she like they wouldn't educate her, like the fucking schools and stuff like that, which is obviously no fault of her own, but at the same time, it's just not. She hasn't done anything. If I take it on the merit of the perfume, then I'm just not a big fan. New York Intense Fosco, I quite find most of her perfumes quite, or most of the Nikolai perfumes quite boring, if I'm honest. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I don't know who I'm saying excuse me to. I'm going to pick up my water. Have you ever smelled any Bogart perfumes?
I can't recall.
I think you'd fucking hate them.
Why?
But it would be interesting because they're just cheap vintage.
Do you know
powerhouse?
This is 34 Boulevard, the Low.
I don't think I've smelled the Low.
And this one really bothers me as well. So they took the original 34, which is the EDT, I believe, and they reverse engineered it. So they took the notes and they reversed them.
Ah, yes. I remember this, yes. You don't like it?
Mm-mm. It's very sharp and metallic. I don't do well with metallic.
No, I don't like metallic. If I'm honest, Platinum Mega East bothers me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get the same thing.
I get a metallic note from Platinum Mega East. It smells a lot like it gives me Savage vibes.
And especially sharp and green bother me too. Like I love green, but I do not like sharp metallic green. Ugh.
Ugh. Rotten, eh?
I love the regular 34, the EDT, but not this one.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I really love that. My mate was going to buy the solid of that the other day.
Here's Essence Insensé. This is 2016.
Right. There, mate.
Look at this bottle.
Let's have a look at this bottle.
This is the diptyque. They used to do, I think it was like a limited run. But that's
those sprayers are so wasteful.
Yeah, they're
like
shite.
Yeah, they're absolute shite.
But the bottle is gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah. Shouldn't be allowed those sprayers. They waste so much of your perfume. It's shocking. But there you are, really. Are you using it?
Yeah, I'm spraying it. This is actually nice. I like this. And this is a green rose.
A green rose. Which one's that?
This is
Hello.
This is the Essence Insensé 2016 version. Every year they release one. I don't know if they still do it.
Diptyque?
Yeah.
I don't remember any of those. I've only been into Diptyque for about 3 or 4 years, though, so.
But you got to be very careful with these. If you don't, they could evaporate if you don't close this properly. And I remember buying one once. It was a Diptyque with the bulb sprayer, and after I had opened it, half of it had evaporated. I had to go back and exchange it because you can't see inside the box before you buy it.
No. That is grim.
This is a nice one. I like this.
Oh. I'm just struggling to lie down. I wonder what else we're gonna get next time. Have you got like other perfumes like stashed away anywhere else?
I might.
Well, he doesn't want to say in case somebody goes and takes them up. He's got them buried somewhere with a big X over the top of them. Oh, black pepper, Comme des Garçons.
Look how it comes in this weird packaging, eh?
Everything about the brand's a bit weird. I hate the pebble bottles. Oh God, the pebble bottles, man. They're just.
Why do you call it the pebble bottle?
Because they look like a pebble.
It looks like a bar of soap.
Like a skipping stone that you would throw across the surface of like some water.
Well, you know, some thought has gone into this. I don't know what they were thinking of what it's supposed to be, but it is very smooth and it's got that nice it's got a nice feeling to it. Yeah, like a stone with rounded off edges.
Yeah.
You know, like a stone that's had water running over it for thousands of years.
Yeah.
It feels like.
Do you get stands for them so you can stand them up?
If you buy testers, they come with stands.
So literally, there's no way of standing them up. That's
No,
a
you can't
piss
stand
take.
this.
That.
I think they did that on purpose.
It's a piss take. That.
I think the reason this is in here is because it is a very dominant black pepper, and it feels like ISO cedar. And I get that basically from Poivre de Samarcande from Hermes, which I prefer.
Yeah.
So I was like, there's no point in... Actually, this feels more barbershop-y to me than Poivre, the Samarcande. Almost like a fougere.
What do you think about Santal Messiah?
It's a very milky sandalwood.
Yeah. Very creamy, like cool though, I find it.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've worn it, but I remember there being a dill note in there, quite green. Did you get dill from it?
I did not get dill from it.
Do you have a bottle there?
I don't have a bottle, no. I had a sample, but do you know like the big 4 mils? Where are your Hermeses? Are your Hermeses on the shelf?
Yeah, but I don't have Santal Messiah. All my Hermes are on the shelf.
But you don't have Santal Messiah?
No.
Wow.
Should I get it?
Probably. I'm surprised you haven't got it.
Journeyman.
I'm not looking at the chat anymore. Sorry, I'm just absolutely ignoring the chat.
Journeyman is very fresh.
Sorry?
Emilios is talking about Journeyman, and he says it's very fresh and peppery, and I agree. I think the opening is fantastic, but right from the opening moment, it just takes a nosedive down.
Yeah, off a cliff.
Absolutely, like a fucking stone in water.
Have you ever seen that thing where they put a can of Diet Coke in water, and they put a can of full fat Coke in water, and the full one sinks, and Diet Coke floats?
No.
It's mental, frightening.
The top is great. I love that. It's spicy and peppery, citrus, incense, like really smoky, dark frankincense. But it just gets really boring fast. The top is almost explosive. It's really good.
Right. Have you smelled? I'm struggling to think of the black pepper fragrance.
I do have a stand for that black pepper. There's the stand.
You?
Yeah.
Did it come as a tester?
I don't remember where I got this stand.
Not a bad stand.
Here's the other. This is Diptyque Essence d'Encens 2015.
Essence d'Encens.
Yeah, these are just the limited runs.
Yeah. They do the same thing with the Christmas candles, don't they?
Yeah.
They do like a Christmas candle every year.
I don't know why this is in here either. This is really good as well. And this is a jasmine bomb.
Who's that?
That's the Essence d'Encens 2015.
It's a nice bottle, that.
It's gorgeous,
Very
yeah.
nice. Yeah, it's really nice. It's a who's backup talking about? Backup saying that someone's turning into Demi. But he's not talking about me. Amber Fetiche. I've tried Amber Fetiche by Guitar. That's quite nice. I think it's a cool amber. I think some ambers are really cool, like they make you feel cool. I don't know whether it's because you expect them to warm you up. But I can think of a couple of ambers. I think amber prosciutto cools you as well. I wasn't as impressed by oh, all right, maybe the battle. I think amber prosciutto. Some ambers can be very cooling on the skin, and I think it's the way you handle the vanilla. Because vanilla is obviously, like, for me, being a lard horse, vanilla's reminds me of ice cream. And I think if you play up the vanilla to smell creamy, and you can make it actually make you like very cool, like you would expect vanilla to be a warming note, but it's not necessarily. It can be a very cooling note, and I quite like that.
Yeah, you don't really see it used in that way.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice.
way.
Have you ever smelled Tejota by Indult?
I have not.
Apparently, it's one of the best vanillas out there.
Who's going to clean up this mess after? Is anybody going to come and help me clean this up, or am I on my own?
I'll help you.
You'll help me move them out of here.
That's right. That's right. Yes, I'll stick them in the back of the. I'll stick them in the back of the duckmobile.
Now this is outrageous. This is it? Yeah, this is an outrageous diptyque. This is le, and this is anything but a low. Like, low means watery. This is like the devil from hell.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's in it?
It's just spicy spices, carnation. It smells like potpourri.
Ooh.
You ever stick your face in a bowl of potpourri and how sharp it is?
It's no, but I've smelled fresh potpourri and I know how sharp it is.
It's like dry potpourri, carnation, pepper, patchouli. There's nothing fresh here. This is not a low. Like, I think this was released in the 70s. That's probably what they considered low back then.
Yeah.
But, you know, a low today would smell like water and Windex, something very fresh and clean and perhaps soapy. This is.
You ever smelled the Sergio Ton lows?
Yeah, but I can't remember.
They just smelled like fucking water, mate. They literally just smelled like water. It was a very abstract exercise.
This is actually an excellent perfume.
Oof.
Look, there's actually a picture of the devil on the back. Can you make that out?
Put your screen big. There we are.
Let me clear this.
Oh, like somebody's not happy, are they? Fire, breathing fire into a bowl. Kind of a
potion, or look at the graphics, the art there.
That's really good. I like that. I like how the diptyques have got the art on the back, the reverse side of the sticker. One of them's got a swan on, and I can't remember which one it is, but it's one of me. I think it's L'Ombre d'Onslow. There's a swan.
This is when diptyque was really something. Their earliest release is by far their best and most interesting. The last 3, 4, 5, they're good, but they're not anything like what diptyque is known for.
Yeah. L'Ombre d'Onslow is an old perfume as well. And L'Ombre d'Onslow was a 70s version, I think.
I remember reading the reviews about this, and it always caught my attention, but I couldn't find it anywhere. And then I discovered it was a boutique exclusive, only in diptyque boutiques. And I was like, oh shit, I'll probably never end up getting it because we don't have a boutique here. There's several of the exclusives that I really am interested in. And I was in Saks one day, and this thing just literally punched me in the face. It was sitting on the shelf. I was like, what the? This isn't supposed to be here. I think they just kind of made a mistake. And I just bought it instantly. But this is really good.
So what are their other exclusives?
They have like you can see, you go on Fragrantica, Benjoin Bohem or something. Benzoin Bohem. There's a few of them that are really they sound interesting. If I ever go to a
Mona Dio's got a Bohem perfume, and it's all right. You haven't got many Mona Diorio, have you?
I don't have any.
I love the Queer. The Queer is one of the best perfumes I've got.
I have a sample
of perfume that gets me excited. Sorry. That's the perfume that gets me excited. Queer by Mona Diorio. Like the first time I smelled that, I was like, good God, what on earth are you? This is nothing like anything I've ever smelled before, like a green, salty, smoky leather.
That's the Diptyque L'Eau.
Yeah. Like a worrying perfume, like a perfume that makes you think, oh shit, like someone's gonna get not happy about this if I wear it.
Like the 34 Boulevard Saint Germain, the Eau de Parfum, I was just like, okay. Nothing great, nothing fantastic. Eau Capitale I thought was okay. Fleur de Peau, I have Fleur de Peau. And the other Fleur de Peau and Tempo came out together at the same time. And they're they were released simultaneously.
Average. I think Tempo's just another fucking patchouli, isn't it?
Eau de Mint is the same thing, just kind of like, nothing special, nothing great.
Yeah. They could have made a brilliant mint perfume instead of just making it like a fougere with mint plonked on the top.
Absolutely. They could have thrown in a bomb of lavender in there. It would have changed everything.
Yeah.
So Chemomanth is a Diptyque exclusive. Have you heard of that?
No.
Chemomanth is incense, actually camphor, cloves, sandalwood, spices, and leather. And apricot.
Read that again, sorry.
Japanese incense.
All right.
Osmanthus blossom.
Yep.
Camphor, cloves, sandalwood, spice, and leather. And
everything after the first two sounds awesome. And apart from the apricot, don't like apricot. Too sweet.
Well, it depends how it's handled. Yeah, so it's
the apricot and Diamond Blonde's too much for me.
Benjoin Bohem, amber, warm, spicy, woody, balsamic, powdery, musky, patchouli. It doesn't really list the notes, though.
That sounds nice, though. Oh.
Are you falling asleep? Homage?
I'm getting tired.
Have you tried Homage?
Homage? No.
Amber, warm, spicy, rose, woody.
What's this about an asteroid? That would just be 2020. That would just be like the fucking.
Eau Duel. Eau Duel is nice. That's like cypress and vanilla, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another one. I don't get on with this. Volutes.
What's that? Volutes. I really like Volutes.
I get sweetness right off the top. That's probably the honey.
Yes.
Like an amber golden sweetness. I think what really rubbed me the wrong way is how dry this turns. And it's like the honey and the leather and iris just kind of like was gut-wrenching for me. It turned my stomach.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I get from it, right? I'll tell you what I get from it. Do you know when you get a pack of cigarettes, right? and you finish the pack of cigarettes, and you smell inside the box.
Yeah, the tinfoil.
Right? Yeah, the tinfoil. That's what it smells like. It smells like the inside of an empty pack of cigarettes.
I never thought of that. But yeah, but this does have tobacco in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is tobacco perfume. It's a tobacco perfume. Volutes are a spiral volute. A volute actually means a spiral structure. So volutes of smoke are like when smoke goes round in circles. If you look on Greek, Greek, what they're called, the big tall like not colosseums. Oh, for God's sake, what they're called? They're outside the White House, outside the front of the White House. Them fucking columns. If you look on like a white Greek column, at the top of a white Greek column is like a square block, and on the square block chiseled into it is like a spiral structure, and that spiral structure is a volute. Shell shell like animals that live in shells, like slugs and stuff like that, where their shells are like curled back over each other. That's a volute.
Okay.
So volutes are like spiral structures, basically, that go round and round, like a spiral staircase is a volute.
This actually isn't too bad.
Have you come around to it a bit?
That's volutes,
yeah. I think it's always worth.
Maybe I should
back
put some
on
of these out.
You should what? You should leave some out and try them.
Pull some of them out. What do you think of oud palau?
Yes, it's the perfume that Oud Isfahan should be.
You like it better than oud Isfahan?
Yeah, it's better than Oud Isfahan, yeah.
Why?
Because it's consistent, it's stronger, it's got a better quality oud in it. If it's got oud in it, which doesn't necessarily mean that it has.
Do you think it's more complex?
Ooh, no.
Do you think it's less complex?
Yes, about.
Really? I think it's more complex.
Really?
I think it changes more, and it's more challenging than Isfahan.
I haven't worn it. Yeah, it is more challenging, but I think that's because of I think that's because
I think it has a great tobacco note, tobacco patchouli accord in the base.
Right.
Now, the top is where it's challenging because it's much more outrageous than oud Isfahan. It's almost unwearable, the top. Like the first 20 minutes smell like skanky tires, burning tires left out in the sun, like melting rubber tires.
Yeah.
And takes a while to get over that.
It's pretty yeah.
But it does get animalic and dirty. It's way more challenging than oud Isfahan. Oud Isfahan is almost like, it feels like child's play next to oud palau. And that's scary to say.
It's such a, it's so big.
It is
so strong. It's so
powerful.
Big. So
it is. But it's gorgeous. I think the dry down is gorgeous. I love.
Yes.
Absolutely love the dry down, but I equally detest the opening. So how I feel about the dry down, I feel opposite about the opening.
Yeah. Yeah. It's truly a one sprayer. Like, it's truly like a one spray perfume.
And I love the use of spices in it.
Yeah, like that they're a little bit rotten.
Here is my
Um,
lone single Killian.
your
I don't know where
lone
the bottle is.
single.
The bottle's gone. The bottle is missing. And this was Rose, Killian Rose Oud.
Killian Rose Oud.
But I think Oud Isfahan is good. I'm not Isfahan. Isfahan is good, but Oud Palau is good as well. Really good. You have both?
And it's cheaper. No, I didn't want Oud Isfahan. I thought it was redundant. I thought it was redundant to have both.
But Oud Isfahan came first. So it needs to be credited for that. No?
Well, I remember Oud Isfahan being. I remember smelling a 2000, like the original bottles of Oud Isfahan, and it was so powerful. It was so strong and so deep, and there was like the rose was like potent and like high fidelity rose, and then just like the bottles just sort of started to taper off. Like it's got worse every year. Like
Yeah.
they use like real rose from Ispahan, and if you read like because like Iran, like Ispahan obviously is like in Iran, and like the the climate in Ispahan and the climate in Iran has been shit for the last 10 years for, as far as growing roses is concerned. Um, so maybe it's the quality of the ingredients, maybe it's just the blending, but it's I mean we discuss this all the time, but it's hard to believe the same person who made Oud Ispahan and Leather Oud is the same person that made Sauvage and all the other Les exclusives since then.
I don't think he made them.
No, I know. It's tough.
But I have no
It's
way of,
tough to,
I have no way of proving it, but I get the feeling, the instinct that he didn't create them.
yeah.
But this is very nice. Have you tried Jasmine Imperatrice Eugenie from Creed?
Nope.
This is very nice. But it's got a lot of florals in it. And it's got a gorgeous sandalwood base. Very warm and creamy. Very balmy. Oh, man, this is blended perfectly. This is a gorgeous perfume. It has that... it's very buttery. And it has that waxy, lipsticky makeup accord to it. It's got to have iris and rose and ylang and all that good stuff. Jasmine. Very nice. I like this a lot. I need more time. Less perfume and more time.
Yeah. That's the problem. It's when you get a large collection, after a while you just feel as though you're collecting for collecting's sake. That's what I gave away. Honestly, I'd be kicking on for about 300 perfumes now if I hadn't given loads away. Felt good to give loads away.
Who's that?
But I mean, I'm just saying, like I've got like 230. I was like, I didn't count them, but I went on my free grant and looked. And this is after I gave away. I must have given away about 30, 40, 50 perfumes to be made. So I'd be like going towards like 300 now. But I reckon around 200, 250 is like where I'm at now. I can't imagine something coming along and just being like, oh, like I want to buy like 10 of these, like a line coming out where I'm like, oh, I want to buy like 10 of these perfumes. I'd be I'd be hard pushed to like start buying like loads of more extra bottles.
How many perfumes do you think you can give away that you don't wear and be comfortable with it?
Ooh, God, I'm not
Pay
sure
or
I'd be
sell,
comfortable.
doesn't matter. But how many
Um,
do you own that you're not pleased with, that you don't care for?
ooh, probably about 40, 50. Um, I like to have like a good breadth of like choice. What, you're laughing at the word breadth?
Yeah.
Big breadth. We like big breadth. Um, so yeah, I like to have a good breadth of choice when when I open the cupboard up in the morning to like see what I'm gonna get, see what I'm gonna wear. It's but at the same time, like I'm worried that not everything I've got's like the best that I could get.
You think you can get better?
No, what I'm saying is the stuff I've got, like I'm not sure what stuff I could get that I would consider better. Like there's nothing on my radar at the minute. Like I've got money in the bank to buy something. Um,
You
and
just don't
I've
know
done
what
this.
to buy. Right. I know
Yeah,
that. That's why
yeah,
I purchased a lot of these just out of boredom, like out of getting something, not out of love.
yeah, yeah.
Do you find yourself wearing the same things over and over, like consistently, or do you do a rotation through your collection?
I try to rotate as much as possible. Like I force myself to rotate as much as possible. I've got a rule that I never wear the same perfume 2 days in a row.
And do you always stick to that?
Yeah, I
What if
always
you
stick to that.
enjoy
Yeah,
something, you won't allow yourself to wear it again?
no, I could wear it, just not the same day, just not the next day.
Mm.
Um, so there's like
Why
often
though?
times
Why
I'll
not?
wear
Why
something
why did you give yourself that rule?
because I wanted to rotate. I wanted to rotate through my collection. I've got a large collection and I want to use it. I don't just want to. I don't just want to like have so many perfumes and not use them, or like go through one and not the other. Do you know? I want to like use them gradually as well. I don't want to use up one perfume and then still be stuck with loads of other ones, because
Oh
then I
shit.
would have to buy another one to replace the one that I'd used loads of.
That's one thing I never worry about, is using up an entire bottle. And if I
I
enjoy
think that I think
something, I
my
allow
problem.
my
I think my problem specifically with that is that I would have to replace the bottle that I'd used up if I loved it that much. So I try to use a perfume I love and then a perfume I don't love quite so much. Um, or I try to just try and mix it up a little bit. That's what it's to do. It's to just try and keep things flowing and rotating. Um, but I mean, that's not to say that's why it's one of the reasons I don't use my Serge Lutens as much as I could, because one, they come in them smaller bottles, and two, because if I did, I'd end up just wearing those.
yeah.
Like Ambra Sultan, and I got me bottle of I woke up this morning to a bottle of Santal Majuscule that had come through in the post, so I was pretty chuffed. I've got a backup of me Santal Majuscule now, which means I'm going to wear that at some point. And I haven't worn that for ages because I've been scared to. Because I only had one bottle and it was like half full, and those Surge can look deceptively full if you're not careful.
They're very thin,
I don't know.
right?
Yeah, they're really thin. They used to be so elegant. Those bottles used to look so good, and they look shit now. They look so shit now. They look so elegant. They feel so
Yeah,
good in the
they
hand.
ruined the look of them by going to 100 mil.
Yeah, the 100 ml, even the 50 ml, even the stickers, like the glass is much thicker. Like if you look at the glass on the old ones, it's not very thin, but it's thin, it's slender, it's sleek, and they feel really good in the hand. You feel like you feel like it's an occasion when you put on a Serge Lutens proper as well, because the perfumes are bonkers.
Yeah.
But like it feels like you're doing something. It feels like you're doing something with a perfume when you wear it. And you don't get that with every perfume.
Anna, how did you like that Diaghilev?
Anna?
Anna here in the comments. Do you want to come on stream and tell us about it? If you'd like, you're welcome. And if you don't want to show your face, you can come on like the duck, and we won't see
duck.
You. We'll just hear you. Let us know what you think about Diaghilev.
I'm going to be going to bed soon.
I'll
try and stay until 3 hours. We need to get Jeremy Hines on.
Yeah, if somebody wants to come on, I can stick on for a little bit longer. I'm not tired or anything.
How long? How many people are watching?
I see 85. Okay, Anna says next time, which is fine. Whenever you're comfortable and free.
How many likes?
73.
Only 73. We need more than 73.
Like the stream.
Like the stream for Eugene.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the link.
Yeah. And then you'll have to like the stream, and if you get to 100, I'll stay on until 3 hours. I'm battered. Just think, we were just starting this time last night.
Were we? At 8 o'clock?
Well,
it's 7:30.
Yeah, we started at 7 at your time last night. It was like midnight here, though. I was just saying to my friend last night, I was telling her, I was like, we started streaming at midnight last night. She was like, oh. I was like, yes, I know.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
If nobody's ever been on and wants, just come on and tell us your scent of the day. I don't care. Tell us something that you've discovered.
New people.
Anybody. Yeah, if somebody new, sure. Don't be shy.
Sure. Oh.
Fragrance Net had the entire Grat Seal line on clearance a year ago. Just bought. Were they tester bottles like mine, or were they full packaging?
Oh my God! They had the full fucking line. Oh, the bastards!
Do all the ones in bell jars come in Grat Seal bottles?
Ooh, pass. I've got absolutely no idea. I don't know what they're doing with that packaging, to be honest with you. Absolutely none. I just wish I'd bought more of the 50 mils before they got taken away from us. I wish I'd known that was going to happen. I wish they weren't so snide and like kept that from us. I'd have loved this, the Feel Nagil by Aperol Spritz. No.
Aperol Spritz. Are you Joe Macchiato on Fragrantica? Because you guys have the same picture, and I was reading the reviews of where's my bottle of nightclubbing, and the Joe Macchiato guy said he loved it. I was wondering if that was you.
But it's cold here. I'm getting nipples like glass cutters. I can't see the chat.
Has anyone tried Niki de Saint Fall? I'm not sure how you say that. I got it in the women. I don't know.
I don't know what I think.
Never heard of it. It's so strange, but I keep coming back to smell it and over and over. Well, there's something to it then. I love
get a lot
those.
like I used to get a lot like that with surgery tons.
Yeah, it's so
Like when
weird.
I first when I
Back to
yeah
it.
yeah when I first started getting into surgery tons, I was like, what on earth is this? And I would just go back to it and go back to it, and after a while, I'd be like, love it. Aperol Spritz. He's been outed,
Oh, Brian will
Mister
come on.
Macchiato.
We haven't
Sorry,
had Brian on. We haven't had Brian on yet.
who's Brian?
Brian is notes.
No
Oh,
notes.
we have an acceptance speech. Hang on, let me add Duncan. What's up, Dunk?
Yo,
What's going on?
Not much.
how you
You tell
doing?
us.
I've been catching your streams pretty daily now or nightly.
Can you keep up? Is it too much? Should we slow down? Should we do more? Like, give us some feedback here. Honest feedback, criticism.
Well, just do what you want to do. Really.
Yeah.
Do what you want to do.
Good advice.
Yeah.
I think people will hop on if they can, or if they don't join, they're gonna listen. They're gonna be doing their dishes or listening, watching, and I learn a lot listening to the duck here.
Yeah.
Quack.
What's going on, Rich?
How you doing? I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Are you
I'm just
are you
gonna
back in
hop
Cali
on
yet?
board. What's that?
Are you back in California yet?
Yeah, I'm actually getting ready to start work in about 10 minutes here. So
Oh no.
I thought I'd hop on. I'm scent of the day is Malig Birch Tar Russian Leather.
Oh, wow. Tell us about that.
Yeah.
The birch tar comes out first. Very, very smoky, like you're burning a dark wood, like birch tar, basically.
Is
Yeah.
it?
It's almost the way it opens is very linear. It doesn't really do much for about an hour. It stays very strong, projects very heavily, and then when the leather comes in, it kind of tones it down and sweetens it up with it's got some castoreum in it, leather notes, and Malig, I think, is Canadian. I don't know if
Yeah,
you know much about him.
He's from Vancouver. I think he grew up in Japan or something.
Have you tried many of their fragrances?
I haven't tried any. I had actually contacted him once to come on stream, and he said he was busy and he never connected again.
Yeah, he's done some interviews with somebody, but yeah, I'm very. I blind bought this just looking at the note breakdown, and I'm very happy with it. It's a beast of a fragrance, and he's using like all naturals or as many naturals as he can, real castoreum, and he's doing the same stuff with real oak moss and whatnot. And I would really suggest. I think he has starter packs. I would give him a try. So you gotta support your Canadians up there, you know.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind trying them. He seems.
It sounds good.
He seems like a very interesting guy.
There's another naturals company. What is the name of it? Shoot, I'm having a brain fart. Well, they make one called Trees Please, and they use all naturals, and this one just smells like being in a forest, and it actually lasts for a lot of naturals aren't going to last very long. This brand makes some pretty radical naturals. They actually stick around for 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, it's called the other Canadian brand is called Living Libations.
I'm not familiar with that.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, Living Libations. I blind bought Trees Please and about 5 other samples, and the other samples are okay. They're very linear. I guess you could say all of them. But the lilac one smells like lilac. The lavender smells like lavender. And they have like particles. Some of them are thick and milky, and you can see particles in the juice.
Thick and milky particles. Oh man.
So I like that rustic aspect. I don't know what type of alcohol they're using or what, but I really like that aspect of it. It's like they're taking the ingredients and just putting it through a stocking and straining it out into the bottle.
Okay, let me invite Brian on for a moment. You're sticking around, Dunk?
No, I'm headed to work. I'm gonna leave right now. You guys have a nice night.
All right, thanks for coming on.
You too. Cheers, Matt.
Have a good shift. Around, Dunk?
No, I'm headed to work. I'm gonna leave right now. You guys have.
What's up, Brian? Can you turn down your YouTube? Around, Dunk? Just give me the signal when you turn it off.
One of the streams open. Do you hear the echo?
Can you turn your YouTube off? Just give me the signal when you turn it off. I got to mute his mic.
Yeah. Yeah. It's awful, the feedback, isn't it?
So they're saying, I guess the Europeans are saying it's too late for them, but you and me really have no other time to connect because I work during the day. I do have a job and I got to go to work. I've got bills to pay like everybody else. And I know when I get home, it's quite late for you to start and to begin with.
Yeah.
You there, Brian?
Yeah, let me see if I have my YouTube completely gone.
Sounds good. Sounds great.
Okay. Yes. So it's been a while. I always want to enter, but it's always late night. It's 2 a.m. almost.
Where are you from?
The Netherlands. So I'm 1 hour ahead of Rich.
Yeah, so that's right.
It's always late.
Yeah, yes. I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to have a chance to connect for perfect time unless it's the weekends, which I usually don't stream. But saying that, I do have this weekend free, and I'll probably be coming on live. So look out.
I'm usually awake, so I'm usually in the chat. But to get on webcam and to talk, and that's usually not as much fun in the middle of the night. So
yeah, I get it totally. Yeah, I understand.
But it's been a while because I actually watched your live streams when I just started, when you were doing all the live streams with Christo.
Yeah, how long ago was that?
I watched for a year, I think.
How long ago was that?
I think a year and a half ago, something like that.
Yeah.
And then I didn't see them. I don't know, not actively watched any of them for maybe a year. And then recently I started watching them again. And now, like I told you, I think on Instagram, like when there's no live stream, it all of a sudden feels like an empty night.
Yeah.
You get used to it.
I think a lot of people feel like that too. I would live stream with Christo, and then life happens, and then I stopped for a long time, and now it's like, I don't know, Rich kind of he actually motivates me a lot because he's like, are we streaming? Do you want to stream? And I'm like, I'm tired when I come home, but I'm like, okay, I got nothing else really to do. Actually, I do, but I use this as a distraction to keep me away from doing what I have to. Which is both.
But it's also nice to have someone to bounce off it. I think there's a reason so many people watch these live streams with you two guys together. I think it's always nice to have two different opinions, two different personalities,
Yeah, and I like having somebody on with me because I spend most of the day talking to myself in private, and I don't want to do that alone in front of 100 people in the chat. It just sounds like kind of crazy to me. So it's good to have Rich. And bounce ideas off of him or whoever else is here too.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's right. That's nice. Oh,
how long have you been into perfume for?
Only about a year and a half. I mean, I wore perfume before that, but nothing serious. And I think it's about a year and a half now, a little over, maybe 2 years since I think 2 years since I sort of, started buying. I think I bought my first niche. But since I've been actively in this community, it's a little over a year and a half.
Yeah, and you got your own YouTube channel?
Not anymore. I did YouTube for a couple of months, but it's not for me. I usually don't like being on camera, so I did it for a couple of months, and I said it, I think, last time. I think I'm the first fragrance YouTuber who quit YouTube the moment he got monetized. I tried it, but I just it felt like work to make videos.
And you're doing it is a lot of work. People don't realize. They just click on and they click off whenever they want, but they don't realize how much work actually goes into making a video. It's not just the time recording, but it's the time spent researching and wearing the perfume. I don't know how these guys release videos so often and frequently.
I think I did 1 or 2 a week, and it just felt like a chore that I was, looking at days ahead, like, oh, I still need to release some video this week. And I had a lot of ideas. I wanted to have the videos, but actually making them, I usually wasn't really in the mood to do so. And I really like making photos. So I was already on Instagram from day one, and I just figured I might as well put all my energy into that. And basically these live streams is what I go to YouTube for. But
yeah,
those are definitely better on YouTube because the interaction among the people in the chat is much better here. It's much more.
I think YouTube is kind of the ideal place for most people to talk about perfume on social media. I don't know. I think Facebook was quite good. It was fun for me when I first got in, but I don't really do that anymore. No. I just feel like I've lost all my connections on Facebook, so I don't really interact a lot. I do prefer Instagram for some reason.
Instagram is great for the short things and a quick review, quick first impression. These long talks or in-depth talks, or the surrounding things like the philosophy and the spirituality, and that's not going to work on Instagram. But just a quick snapshot, and I really like the interaction on Instagram. On YouTube, you put up a video, aside from these live streams, of course, but otherwise you put up a video and the next morning you have a couple of comments, But on Instagram, I put up a post and I'm instantly having a couple of conversations with people. It's very, it's much more interactive.
And you've built quite the following on Instagram, haven't you?
Yeah, but that's just the time you put in. Instagram really, what you put in, you get out for the most part. Of course, there's the photos and the reviews, but at the end of the day, if you interact a lot, you'll get a lot of interactions. And
but that's true for any platform. You got to be consistent and release content, and that's how you grow your space.
Yeah, definitely. And I think working from home has given me a lot of time to do Instagram just in between. And for me, it will slow down, and sometimes I skip a day, but I try to pretty much upload every day, and that works really well. But I'm pretty sure it will slow down. It's not feasible to do next to a job and next to other things in your life. But, for now it's fun and it works really well.
Have you learned anything? Like, has Instagram taught you anything, or have you picked anything up by starting your Instagram channel about perfume?
Maybe not so much about perfumes. I mean, of course, you learn about new fragrances or new things, and I'm always very curious. If I see something I don't know, if it's a note that I don't know, I always try to do my research. When I try something, I go looking who's the perfumer, what else did that person do. I definitely try to be, to get a little bit more out of it. But like I said, for Instagram, it's quite like the quick snapshots. What I think that Instagram taught me a lot is more don't want to say the industry, but like the fragrance community, the marketing, especially I'm getting a lot of sponsored deals and stuff now. You see sort of the inner workings that a year and a half ago I didn't know. I was watching you and I was watching name them, all the big reviewers, and you don't really know what's going on. And first of all, you learn that it is a very small community and everyone knows each other. I don't think there's anyone in the top 20 reviews that I never have any interactions with. It's really a small world, and so you learn a lot about like the smoke and mirrors, and I try to sort of move in between that. But
I guess you've definitely deserved that, whatever sponsorships you've created. Tell us a little bit how you've been able to connect with brands in order to become sponsored.
Eugene, hold on a second. I'm gonna have to go to sleep. It's nice to meet you, Brian. I'm gonna have to go.
Hey, Rich.
I'm fucking.
All right, thanks for coming on, Rich.
Nice one. Cheers, everyone. See you later. Bye.
Good night. Yeah, I honestly didn't do anything for it. It's not like I created my Instagram or my YouTube to reach. Actually, when I created my Instagram, I didn't know that there was a community. I started on Base Notes forum, and I was just trying some samples, writing my first impressions. And I took some photos of the samples, and I was like, I'm on Instagram already. Let me just drop some things there. And within days, I had like hundreds of followers. I didn't even know that community was there. And for a couple of months, of course, when you start, you don't get sponsorships, you don't get attention from brands. It was actually George Zaharov who sent me the first bottle when I only had like a couple hundred people on there. It was before I started my YouTube even. And after that, for a couple of months, I think I had no sponsorships. And to be honest, till this day, one of my policies is I never ask. I might approach a brand if I can't find samples, or if if they're not shipping to the Netherlands, I might ask like, hey, is there a way to get my hands on samples? And I'd even pay for them. But no, I one of the things I do is I never ask.
Right.
I said earlier in the comments, like I only have like 50 bottles. I have received maybe 80. I give a lot away. I sell some as well. I don't want that attachment. I don't want that. For me, it's just a business deal. It's marketing. You give me the bottle and I do my review, and I don't want any other attachments, any other arrangements, both in content and in whatever I want to do with that bottle. So I really try to hold my ground, and all I ever agree to is that I do one review. I don't agree to anything else. And to be honest, I have probably missed out on a couple of bottles or whatever, but in general, it doesn't matter. It's mostly the reviewers themselves that, keep that culture alive, I think. I also do negative reviews for things that I got. And most brands react perfectly fine. I did a negative review for Kajal, for example, a brand. They hit me up and they say, let us send 2 other ones. Maybe you like them. Most brands
that works. That was going to be my next question. Yeah. Just because you get a fragrance shipped to you, would it get them a positive review? But there, you kind of answer.
Of course, I'm professional. I try to do it in a professional manner, and most of the time, it's a matter of taste.
There's a certain way you go about by review. You don't need to trash it. Yeah.
I think I've only had like 1 or 2 times that I really said, it feels cheap to me, or it's straight up a clone. I also compare them to other fragrances. I write my reviews for the people that are reading it. It's not if a brand just wants my opinion, then they can send me a sample and we can talk in the direct messages, But when I write a review, it's for the people that want to read the review, and so I always compare if it reminds me of something else or whatever. And like I said, I really had no issues with it, maybe 2 or 3 times. And sometimes I don't know, I guess. Some brands might say, they will stop interacting or they will stop collaborating. But I haven't noticed it, at least. It's for example, Amouage, there's been a lot of talk about them in the community the last week. It was completely surprise for me. They invited me as well to the launch. They sent me the bottles. I had no idea.
How many bottles?
Both of the new ones.
Okay. Did you get any bottles previous to that? From the releases before?
From the Boundless and the Material.
Okay, but before that, there was some release. There was 4 releases, wasn't there?
Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't sponsored or anything then. I bought the samples or the miniatures.
Right.
Those were, in my opinion, a bit less good. The new ones I really like, but I just thought I would get samples. But that's one brand. I have one of the videos that I used to have on my Insta or my YouTube. Was the worst thing I ever smelled, and I named Figment Man by Amouage the worst thing I ever tried. I can't stand that fragrance. And I tag the brands also in negative reviews if I have something to say. I always tag them, whether it's positive or negative. And most brands really don't really bother, are not really bothered by it. They are not petty. Of course, there will be some brands or smaller ones, but I really think that it's mostly the reviewers themselves that keep that that sort of culture alive.
Let me ask you, when you say sponsored, does that mean just a free bottle, or do you receive something else with that?
I've never been offered any payment. Well, I have from websites or brands that sell atomizers, the travel sprays, but I'm not interested in those collaborations unless it's maybe a website. Now I'm going to do one with a website, but that I know. But I know no brand has ever offered any money. It's just, and like I said, it's not really an arrangement. I just say, okay, I can do a review, I can do one post guaranteed, and that's it. And if they ask, can you do an unboxing video? Can you do X amount of stories? Can you do this? Can you do that? Then I don't. Only thing I'll agree to is one review, and that's it.
Okay. So they do have some expectations, like a video, or I guess they want as much. They want to be noticed as many ways possible, so they ask for a review and.
Yeah, definitely, and it's fine if they ask, but if you don't want to do it, or especially, I don't think anyone has ever asked me to do a positive review. But I mean, if you don't want to do certain things, I have one brand. This is new, not a fragrance brand, but a website actually, and that's the first time they had a contract out of like 70 collaborations. One time they had a contract, and I actually thought it was really good, but because it said that I had to do one post, like agreed, and it also said that I had to share my insights from Instagram afterwards, so they could see, what that post had amassed, how much interaction, which no brand ever asks. That's why all these people with fake followers get free bottles.
What kind of details were in the contract?
Well, that's the funny thing. So they sent a contract, and this is branded a website that also does beauty, and it's much more normal in that beauty world to do such things. So I got the contract, and I was I thought it was a good idea. But in the contract, one thing that there were two things that were in the contract. One is that I was doing a giveaway, and they wanted to make the terms for the giveaway. And two is that they had to see the post before I posted it. They had to, approve it. But I just mailed them back like, I want those two things taken out of the contract. I want to do it this way. I want to do it my way. And they said, oh, that's perfectly fine. They scrapped it. And so it is a lot about, I think, about being assertive and standing your own ground.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of brands will have, shunned me or backed out of deals or whatever. If you just stand your own ground, then
yeah. I actually get tagged in a lot of those giveaways almost on a daily basis. I don't ever respond to them, and I guess somebody wants to win a free bottle and they tag my name. I don't mind, but I've never entered one of those tags myself. It's like they want you to tag 3 other people.
Yeah.
It's just like,
I always do it because it works, but I always specifically name that they can only do one tag. I never count multiples because you'll have people tagging 100 people. I always only do one, and I stopped entering. Then maybe I'll enter if it's something that I really, really want or can't get my hands on. But I feel like, with the amount of bottles that I have now, that I get now, I'm not going to enter a giveaway for a bottle that I can get.
There's been a couple of scenarios where I was really interested in the perfume and I would love to have won one, but I didn't want to enter it. I just wanted to give somebody else an opportunity, or I don't really want to get involved in that kind of thing. And then feel like I'm required to, I don't know, be responsible for something in return.
No, definitely. See, it's hard to keep up with the chat. I always have that on YouTube.
I think BBB was asking about Christopher Chong, and do you know the details of why he's no longer with Amouage?
No, I have no idea. I don't know if there's a special reason for it. I mean, brands change creative director. That's the creative director, right? The previous one. Yeah. I have no idea. I just think it's logical for most brands to move on to newer things from time to time. And obviously, Amouage is modernizing, is changing. it is kind of fun because I heard you guys talking about it, and I see it here in the chat as well about people. People are kind of afraid of the direction that Amouage is now taking. But I think it's not necessarily bad. I think it was really insightful. I was in the live chat with Renaud Simon, and I thought he was really open because he explained, like, when he was first contracted by Amouage, he was living in New York. He was coming from a designer house. He was working with Marc Jacobs and some of the other fashion brands, more on the fashion side, I think. And he had never been to Oman. He didn't understand, the lineage, the culture, and he basically admitted that the Renaissance collection was probably a step too far, too simple, too modern. They used like Ambroxan, Amber Max, things that sort of triggered a couple of people. Now, I liked the two more masculine releases from that line, but I definitely see where people were coming from. And I also know that it was a clear departure from everything that Amouage had done before. But I think with these two new ones, especially Boundless is probably one of my favorite Amouages, and it's much more, it still has a more modern dry down. It's more sweet, but it is quite spicy. It's like a masculine with like cardamom, sort of cumin-esque spiciness. And I think more people will like that than the Renaissance collection. And
so he was responsible for the Renaissance collection?
Yeah, that was the first project he oversaw.
Crimson.
Yeah, those four. Apparently that was the first project that he oversaw for the brand. And basically he admitted that he didn't get Amouage yet at the time. And I think this is at least a step forward, and we'll see. Right. I really like these new ones, and I mean, material is not one of my favorites. It's very sweet.
Renaissance is a genre of art, though, isn't it? From the 1500s that started in Italy. And this is a Middle Eastern brand. I'm not sure. I haven't smelt them, so I don't know.
But I guess Renaissance means rebirth, I guess, or something like that. It's like an evolvement, a rebirth. So I guess that was an appropriate name for
the branding.
Yeah, I guess so.
Interesting. I've yet to smell them, so I don't know what they're going for. But I'm curious. I'm always kind of curious about what Amouage is doing because they are a big brand. They are a luxury brand that.
For me, it's always a hit or miss, and that's kind of what I like about them. If I like everything from a brand, they are probably either generic or very, they only do one thing. Because there are a lot of things I don't like,
I don't know if generic is a word that I would use to describe Amouage, at least not from the Amouage that I know. A lot of them were quite aggressive and different and started, in the interlude era and before interlude, that's when they were the most interesting and exciting.
Yeah. But that's for me, that's the sign of that. I don't really get the hate sometimes that certain brands get because sure, they made some, different ones and some that you don't like. But, for me, it's always a good sign. If I only like half of the brand, it's probably a good sign because it just means that they have a variety of things. I really like Reflection and Dia, which are very subtle and easier to wear. And I hate interlude. I can't stand it. It's way too much for me. It's very powerful.
Potent, right.
Yeah. So for me, that's usually quite a good sign. I have the same with Mal from what I've tried. I have the same with Mask Milano from the newer brands. They just, it's a hit or miss. But that's more of a personal taste, I guess. And I rather see that than just a brand with very safe fragrances and all familiar fragrances, and those might be easier to wear, but they don't give the same excitement, I guess. I like reviewing fragrances or sampling fragrances, like Zoologist. I don't think there's one so far that I want a bottle of. Maybe Civet. I kind of like that one, but I really like sampling it, and I'm still excited to try a new one, but I don't need a bottle. That's I guess the difference between do you look at it from a perspective of, is this interesting? Is this new? Or is it just something that you want to buy because you want to wear it and like a casual purchase, And I think that's kind of what Amouage is trying to do. They try to move from that sort of challenging that a lot of people also didn't like to at least something that more people, they will go more commercial, I guess.
But those releases that most people didn't like, I think that's kind of what gave them the reputation that they.
Yeah.
I don't think they no longer have that reputation, but they once had. Every Amouage release was exciting and something to look forward to. Now, to me, I'm more excited about looking at the packaging and the color combinations that they're making than the actual scents themselves.
Yeah. But I really wonder, I mean, I don't know their sales or whatever. I think you asked it in another stream as well, but like, did they need to change up? Was there a need for this? And I always wonder, because we always hear about Reflection, Jubilation, Interlude, but they have like 20 fragrances that almost no one ever talks about. I can even keep them apart. I've sampled all of them, but they have so many: Imitation, Portrait, Portrayal, Myths,
Beach. I think there is a certain time after it was with Christopher Chong, especially towards the end of his tenure with Amouage, that a lot of people lost interest in. It was like the Myths and the Beach Hut. I can't Portrayal. Yeah. It just goes on.
I can't even distinguish them anymore. That's the thing. And the Opus line, they had like 12 Opus releases. Most people don't know about those or haven't tried them.
I think part of the reason for those is just distribution, and they're so hard to come by.
Yeah.
We don't have access to them here in Canada, and I
it
love
is
to see that change
as well, especially when they retail.
For the price point that they're going for, it's hard to blind purchase one of those.
Absolutely.
So there are things that we'd like to try before we hand over our hard-earned money.
Yeah, and like I said, I tried all of them, but that is because I had that interest to try them, even though I knew I wouldn't like a lot of them. And I paid like €6 per sample or something. The average customer isn't going to do that.
It's a lot of money for perfume.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
€6 per mil?
Yeah, per 2 mil per sample. Yeah.
Wow.
That's the thing, if you ask like how did I grow my Instagram in the beginning, I only had a couple of bottles. I didn't get any sponsorships. I spent probably more or at least as much on sampling. I must have spent like over 1,000 on samples. And I could post a new sample every day. I could try new things every day. And I think I got rid of like 400 samples last month, and I still have about 400 left.
Wow.
That's definitely a way. I think if you are starting with this hobby, don't buy 20 bottles, because half of them you want to replace within 3 months because you find new things that are better or more interesting or whatever. So, I also bought bottles, but most of those initial ones I don't have.
This is a representation of that. All this right
exactly.
Here. They're still in a box. I don't have opportunity to wear them. But let me ask you this, do you think Amouage is doing something correct? Because here we are, you and me, and we're talking about them. They're getting the attention.
It's always funny when people say it doesn't work. It doesn't work for a certain audience. The people who don't like any form of influencer marketing, internet marketing. Yeah, those people will be, put off from those brands. But obviously it works. I mean, look at the niche brands that started popping in the last 10 years that are getting a lot of the attention. Parfums de Marly, Initio, those are all the brands that use the marketing. Terenzi lately, Terenzi has been around for quite a while, and it wasn't as popular, but now they are distributed by the same company as Parfums de Marly, and the same big reviewers are showing the Terenzi bottles off, and all of a sudden everyone knows them. BDK, we talked about them in the chat, I think last night or 2 nights ago.
Tell us.
It's another one of those brands. It definitely works. And whether it's always good, I don't know. But just look, even without the influencer marketing from the brands, just look at which fragrances newcomers buy. Like myself, when I started, everyone buys Leighton and Harrod from Parfums de Marly. Everyone knows about Aventus, and even fragrances like L'air du Désert Marocain. Everyone knows it because that is the fragrance that is talked about in this community. You talked about New York Intense. That's the one from Nikolai that everyone knows. So obviously, once the word gets around in this community, it's such a tight-knit community that a lot of the newcomers will at least try them. And, that's what, like I said, with Amouage, there are a couple that everyone tries, and most of them that nobody knows. So word of mouth is always working.
Yeah, but do you think it's the right thing? Because people are just buying what other people love.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's the wrong
go out
thing.
and smell on your own and discover something that you love.
I think it's not necessarily the wrong thing, because not everyone, the ideal world is you go to a store, you sniff everything, you know a little bit, you buy samples, whatever. That's not always accessible for everyone. So I guess it's a good starting point to what's out there, and at least it drags people in. I don't, I started that way as well, and now I'm reviewing all sorts of stuff and buying all sorts of stuff, and I think it's fine for that, but I think the main focus should be that people always should make up their own mind. They should always smell, their own fragrances. If I look back, I think most of the hype fragrances for me have been 50-50 at best, if not less by now. There are some that I absolutely love, but there are many that I like, I don't really see the hype. I don't really see why it's that much different. And that's kind of the dangerous thing, I think. I mean, I think most people agree that L'air de Désert Marocain is a great fragrance, but is it 20 times better than everything else that he did? Because most people only try that one.
Right.
And that's kind of the danger, I think.
That's the name that surrounds him.
Yeah.
That's the perfume that surrounds him and he's most noticed for. I guess it is one of his earliest creations, right? 02. It's called
Exactly.
02, I think, or 03.
And most
very
brands
early on.
Most brands only have 2, maybe 3 max from the newer or the hype brands.
You're lucky if you're recognized by the name of your fragrance, and if you have 2 or 3, that's great. Some of the more hype brands have more, like Parfum de Marly. It seems like almost every release from that is a hit.
Yeah, but still, there's still a level up, I guess.
Like you see, literally lists, top 10 Parfum de Marly lists, not top 10 perfumes, but top 10 Parfum de Marly.
But I think that's where you see the marketing, because I don't think that anyone who is not sponsored by Parfums de Marly has a top 10 Parfums de Marly list video. I don't think so. But everyone has Leighton or Harrod, or there are a couple, the Lina for the women's line. Those are always sticking out. And it is, for me, again, it was a good starting point. And especially now I'm at the point where I've tried a lot of the popular ones. I've tried a lot of the popular brands. Especially now, hopefully, with stores opening up. I was actually in a perfume store for the first time in 14 months last week. And I think, for me, I'm definitely at the point where I want to get my nose on an entire line or a brand that I never hear about, or, things that I can't get my hands on easily. And at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want people to make up their own minds and to find things that not everyone is wearing.
Is there any brand particular that you follow more than any other, that you're interested, that you have like an invested interest in, a brand that you truly enjoy more than others?
There are a couple that like I said, that I at least find more interesting. I'm quite picky, actually. I think I don't have more than 3 bottles from any brand. I don't want any brand's full line or whatever. I'm not a collector. So the ones that I think I really like are Musk Milano. I really like those. I really like Hiram Green in the Netherlands here. But something like Zoologist I like just for trying. Even if I never want a bottle, I will always be interested in trying.
They're interesting at least, and they're different and unique.
And that's for me most of the fun. Most of the days I'm not wearing my bottles anyway. I'm sampling new stuff or I'm reviewing new stuff. So at this point, I just want to try things that I don't think are redundant. Sometimes you get something and you smell it and you instantly know, oh, this smells like Tuscan leather. I have 7 fragrances that smell like it. So if anything is new and interesting for me, that's that's something that catches the attention more, I guess. And whether or not I really love it and want a full bottle is basically my second question.
So let's go outside of the influencer brands. Is there any of the classic houses that you appreciate or are familiar with?
Definitely, but one thing I have to say is those were actually harder to sample in some cases because, especially like the designer brands or like Dior, the Maison line. I have the miniature set. That's one that I could get my hands on. So I've tried like 9 or 10 of the Maison Dior line, but some of the others are very hard to sample, especially with stores not being open. I actually went to the Guerlain boutique last week for the first time. Some of those fragrances I otherwise just can't sample. So I definitely, I'm really interested in Guerlain. So far, Chanel, I haven't really connected with. From
Is there a
the
reason for that?
Sorry?
Is there a particular reason for that?
I want to say it's like the texture. Some of them have that like what I would call like traditional feminine powdery, and I think it's also stemmed from my grandma's signature scent being Chanel No. 5.
Okay.
So that's sort of a connection that you have to that style of fragrances, I guess. But yeah, I really like. Mostly, I think Guerlain is one. I started with the more accessible ones. Guerlain Homme is one of my favorites. Homme EDP. And some I like Habit Rouge. I had Heritage. I feel a little bit too young to wear that. I'll need to grow into Heritage, I think. But and I actually, because you said my scent of the day, the last one that I purchased is this one.
Which is that?
In the Gourmand Coquin.
Okay.
I was in the store because this is one I had an interest in, but I could not find anywhere. I couldn't really get access to it. So I figured while I was there, I could try some, and they gave me some samples for most of the Latte La Matière line. So those are very interesting. I like most of those.
Guerlain is quite they're not thrifty with their samples. They're quite generous, aren't they?
Yeah. They were already putting down samples before I bought the bottle. They were already like, oh, you're showing interest. Also probably helps that the store was just opened again. But I think I was with my brother and we bought this one bottle and they gave like 6 or 7 samples. They gave like a catalog and postcards, and they were also very helpful in stores, I guess. They were, yeah. So that's definitely one of the brands, but I need to explore more, especially like the Dior's and Cartier is a brand that I really like, but I only tried like the sort of like the popular ones. I really like the Declaration line, and I just think they are quality for the money.
Yeah.
There's a lot, especially some of the brands also, of course, that I've seen on your channel. L'Artisan, I've only tried a couple in stores. Diptyque, I've tried them, but I'm also like, when I try things in store, it's not enough. If I smell them briefly a couple of weeks later, I won't really remember exactly what I will know if I liked it a little bit or not. But if someone asks me a couple of months later, what did you think about this one? Yeah, I've smelled it, but I don't really know. So right. I kind of need to put them on my skin and really sample them.
It's just really good for a quick reference. You don't really get much more than that.
Definitely. I always sample on skin, on paper. Yeah. Some fragrances I can sort of gauge by now. I sort of know what the citruses do or what the spices do. But then sometimes you have a fragrance that completely surprises you when you wear it on your skin and the way it develops. And yeah, I definitely don't suggest people just smelling something and then blindly buying it. You can wear it properly.
Have you been able to test any of the really the old classics, the traditional classics, and have you been able to connect with any of those? Like, let's say Mitsuko or Shalimar.
Yeah, I've tried most of them.
5 and your grandmother wore it. Yeah. I guess that is not.
For Guerlain, I tried most of them, but only like the newer versions. That's I guess the
right. How'd you feel about
them? I will get some minis like the vintage or the extras that they have been quite affordable on like the Dutch eBay for like the 2 mil and 5 mil vintage Guerlains. So I haven't tried any of the old stuff, but I have smelled most of them. I really I think most fall in the category of I think they're very interesting. Not sure if I would wear them. I really like Shalimar EDT. But for example, I really think Le Bleu is very interesting. I don't think I would personally like wear it regularly or anything, but Mitsuko as well. It's not a big love for me, but then again, if I look at that style, the sort of peachiness, it's probably one of the only peach fragrances that I would wear, that I would enjoy wearing. And Samsara is one that I'm very interested in trying, an older one.
Yeah.
I have a couple here that I still need to get to, or that I only briefly smelled. I have most of the samples. I have Bois Mysterieux, Champs-Élysées, Chamade. I think I have quite a few of them still to get to. But
do you prefer modern perfume over?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just easier to wear.
Or at least that's what I'm more accustomed to wear. And it also kind of depends how or when you wear it. It's certain fragrances are interesting to wear on your own at home to sort of get to know the fragrance. And other fragrances, when you're going out or when you're going to work, like those Guerlains are probably not the fragrances I'll wear to work. It's more of an intimate thing for myself to try.
Right.
But
so,
yeah.
Gourmand Coquine, to me, it feels feminine, traditionally feminine. Are you comfortable wearing that out in public or to work?
Yeah.
Or whatever?
It's weird because it's not so much the feminine. I definitely get what you mean. It has that floral aspect, that boozy. It almost reminds you of like red wine. Maybe it's the color a little bit.
Yeah. Roses, chocolate, incense.
Yeah, but for me, like when I say wearing it out in public, it's more the gourmand aspect, the sweet aspect.
Yeah, very sweet.
For the first year or something, I always said, oh, they smell very nice, but I wouldn't wear them. Who wants to smell like cake or a chocolate? Or this very much smells to me like walking in a bonbon shop in Belgium, like that powdery chocolate. But recently, I don't know, the last 20 things that I bought, probably half are full-on gourmands. It's some sort of pick that I've been, and I wouldn't wear it to the office, but I would wear it, going to the store, going to a museum, whatever, outdoors. To the office is definitely something, the very sweet ones, very strong ones, probably not so much. But the masculine, feminine thing is not really bothering me at all. There are a few fragrances that I couldn't wear.
Yeah.
But, like Delina from Parfums de Marly, I know a lot of men like it. For me, that's one that feels girly, that feels more the youthfulness.
I like Delina. I have a bottle of Delina.
Yeah, I think most men, I've heard that a lot of men, so I kind of had high expectations, like I would like that as well. I like Rose, Portrait of a Lady. Not that I think that leans, I don't even think that leans feminine, but I thought so when I started this journey. That's also, I think that perspective changes quite quickly.
Yeah. Did it take you a while to get over that, or the more
I
you
love it from the first instance, but it's different.
Yeah.
Well, because you hear it's a rose fragrance, and I smelled it and I instantly liked it as a rose fragrance, and I thought it leaned feminine, or a little bit at least. And now I think it might even lean masculine in the dry down. And I see it as much of a patchouli fragrance than it is a rose fragrance.
Right.
And it always has been one of my favorites. It's probably in my top 3, I think, from what I have. But the perspective of what it is definitely changed quite a bit.
Do you have any other favorites from Frederic Mull?
Probably Promise from what I've tried. That's the only one from that collection that I've tried, but I really like Promise. And yeah, I don't know. I've tried a lot of them. I think most lean a little bit green for my taste that I have tried. I did like music for a while as well. I know you had quite a transformation with that one.
Yeah,
that was actually the first one that I tried, and
right.
And yeah,
you don't like green perfumes?
Most of the times I don't. That's probably the element I like least. I like if it's like fruity green, like fresh or bright. I don't like mossy, grass, foresty, undergrowth type of green fragrances. That's probably the thing I like least in that, and some of the Indolics.
Really? Okay,
yeah.
So you don't like dirt either, like challenging, let's say
barnyard. Like challenging, but I mean, I prefer the fecal or the pissy ones over the like boozy tuberose. If it gets like heady and indolic, it sort of get nauseating for me.
I would take all of those. I would take all of those over sweet fragrances.
Yeah, but
pissy,
and
dirty,
also that
shitty,
changes.
barnyardy, green, and then like sweet at the very end bottom, like the sugary
For me,
sweet one.
sweet is definitely something new that I appreciate this much. But yeah, barnyardy, I definitely can appreciate some like the fecal ones more, or the sharper one. But it's really a toss up, because I tried the tuberose one, quite sort of pissy indolic one from Visiteur. It's quite a new brand, I think. But that one I really connected with instantly. And but there are some I don't. Have you tried the Hiram Green line?
No, I have not.
Okay, he has, for example, he has Moonbloom, which is basically all about tuberose, but that's a very big, like an old school loud fragrance, very like a big cloud of headiness and indolics, and those are generally not for me. No.
As much as I say I don't like sweet fragrances, I do like methyl aldol. It's that compound that gives the caramel like accord. There's something about that. It's not just sweet, but it's also sticky and resinous, and it's multifaceted. So I find it interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely different kinds of sweetness. For me, sweet is probably what I like most, and also what I most often don't like, because I don't like the like very sugary. I hate Baccarat Rouge. I can't wear it. It's that sort of cotton candy sweet, or
that's ethyl maltol.
That I usually that if it's too sugary, too cotton candy, I don't always appreciate it. I really like the chocolate, more the deeper vanillas, or even some of the fruity ones. But yeah, it's sometimes very. It can be sometimes a really indistinguishable. How do you call it? Like sometimes you have two fragrances that are very much alike, and you instantly think, "Oh, this reminds me of that one." But you love the other one, and you don't like the other. And you don't really know what it is. It's yeah.
You mentioned earlier you have a brother. What does your family or your friends think about your perfume hobby? Do they think it's weird and bizarre? Or?
Well, I kind of dragged my brother into it now, but most of my family doesn't really care. Like my grandmother is but that's the only fragrance that she ever wears. It's not like she knows or she is into it, and basically they probably just think I put too much time in it. That's the main thing, and potentially money. But they don't really care. I try to give things to my mother, but she thinks everything is too strong, everything is too sweet. Yeah. She uses the ones that I gave her for the bathroom. She actually, my mother wears un jardin en Méditerranée, which is a good fragrance, but that's the only one so far that I know she really likes. So yeah, but my brother is 2 years younger than me, and he basically just started his own Instagram account. I give him some of my bottles, my samples, and he kind of got dragged into it. Yeah.
Interesting. How about as far as compliments? Are compliments real?
I always say, obviously compliments are real, but I think fragrance is like the 8th factor that decides whether or not you get a compliment. I don't really believe in. It's different if you are on a date with someone that already likes you. Hey, George. And they might say, "Oh, I like this fragrance more than that fragrance." But as far as like random, unsolicited compliments, first of all, I always think it depends on where you live. I'm basically convinced that in America, people are more open towards each other, as in publicly addressing each other or whatever. Here in the Netherlands, I don't see it that much. People are more keeping to themselves, I think. And for the most part, I think, if you look good, you see Jeremy walking up to girls on the street and they are giving him compliments. Yeah. First of all, you're getting a microphone shoved under your face and a camera. What are you going to say? And then he's a good-looking guy, Well,
yeah.
What are they going to say? For me, it holds very little value as far as which fragrance you wear, and it's also very unexpected. A few things that I picked up on as far as compliments go. I get a lot of compliments that I see from Cedra Boise, Mancera, which is sort of to be expected. It's very like sort of generic and fruity, and I think most people like it. It's crowd pleasing. But then I don't think you've tried it, but the Ganymede, the Marc-Antoine Boirat.
No. Did you just say Cedra Boise?
Yeah, you hate it, huh?
I think it was one of the worst perfumes I've ever tried in my
I
life.
really like it, only the dry down, but I think that's one that you would sort of expect compliments from. It's a basic fragrance style, but the Ganymede is one that I got 2 compliments on the first day that I wore it, and I think it's a very like strange, eccentric fragrance. It smells a little bit like curry. It has a lot of immortelle.
Oh,
it's very mineralic. It's I think it could very easily be off-putting to a lot of people. But that one definitely got me quite a few compliments the first couple of times that I wear it, which I usually don't really get. So it was really like something I noticed that it happened. And I thought, for this fragrance, with everything that I've been wearing, this is the one that gets the compliments. So
see, that sounds like quite the contrast, because you mentioned curry and immortelle, and then those don't sound like things you would traditionally find in a perfume, but at the same time, they're getting you compliments. And it's a perfume that keeps coming up. I keep hearing the name. And
I think it's one of the best things that I've smelled. I mean, it's
ever?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've smelled in my couple of years, I mean, I can't compare it to anything. I've smelled maybe 1,000 fragrances by now. I literally don't think of any fragrance that it smells similar to, which is already a good thing, I think. And mostly I didn't expect to like it, because indeed it has like that curry-ish note. It has this sort of salt water mineralic thing with some florals, with some. It's quite a clusterfuck of things, and also like very. It does. You can't really. It's not a natural scent, It's not something you can compare. Like, oh, this smells like an apple, or this smell. It's very abstract, I think.
Right.
Which is the purpose. It's meant to be a distant planet. So it is an abstract concept, and I didn't really expect to like it that much. But it was from the first time that I wore it, and I think it's a hate it or love it. I've seen a lot of people that say, "Oh, I could never wear this," but most people that do like it have it high up in their favorites, I think.
Yeah, I keep hearing that over and over. People that love it, like they're obsessed with it. I definitely need to get my hands on that.
And actually the other 2, because they also have the B6, what is it, 6A3, which I don't think it's good, but it's not as special. It's more of a sort of a generic leathery masculine fragrance. But they also have the B6A3 X-Ray, which is very different. And it actually reminds me in the opening of Promise by Mal. So it has oud, it has apple, and then it dries down. Sorry?
I think there's a big cypriol in there as well.
Yeah, and it's a fragrance that it's much more expensive also. That's why I haven't bought it yet. But also that one is also one of the better things that I've smelled. I'm actually sort of contemplating, like, when I go and buy it, will I get that one or will I get Promise? So yeah, I think that's definitely a brand that that did it the right way so far. It's only 3 releases, who knows what happens, but yeah.
Are there any other fragrances that stand out in your mind the same way Ganymede does?
I wouldn't necessarily say in the same way, in it being such a sort of weird fragrance. There are some brands that do like really interesting things, like I don't want to spoil your perfumer, but Comme des Garçons has a lot of like these creative fragrances. I think État Libre d'Orange has sort of like these sort of quirky fragrances that are more interesting. But I don't really think I can recall one that I'm saying like, oh, this is giving me the same feeling or whatever. One brand that I've really been not almost loving everything from, but like the quality is LRK, and you don't see those anywhere. They are very bad with distribution. They are only in some European countries.
Sorry, what brand are you talking about?
LRK. It's I'll write it in the chat. Can I write in the chat? I'm not sure. No. But it's the brand by Sonia. What's her name? Sonia Constance, who also.
L-K.
Yeah.
E-L-L-E-K. That's her own brand.
Yeah, and she did Noir Extreme. She did what was it?
She did the Tom Ford ombre leather.
She did ombre leather.
Yeah,
And
she's quite talented, I believe. I haven't smelled a lot of her work, but every time I see her name attached to a perfume, I'm quite impressed.
Yeah, and her own brand is one of the best quality smelling fragrances. For as well, I mean, I don't even know how to constitute quality, but for my perception, they smell really. They have sort of this very high clarity to them, the ingredients. Yeah. And I have one from her that's Mélodie d'Altaï, which is also quite unique. I think it's a very sweet leather. It's also almost a bit feminine as well. Most of her brand leans a bit feminine, I think. But it is very interesting. It has sort of an animalic opening, but then becomes a very sweet, very smooth leather. And most of the ones that I've tried from her are excellent. And it's a brand, you barely hear about, but I think mainly because the distribution is so horrible. I'm just lucky that one store in the Netherlands has all of her stuff.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that you like her stuff, because she's constantly impressing me with whatever I see next to her name.
And I think she also did a lot of the Narciso Rodriguez, the musks. Yeah. And I haven't really dove deep into that. I basically skipped all the designers. I dove into niche from day one. But from the designs that I've tried, I think the musks in the Rodriguez are usually quite pleasant, the Narciso Rodriguez ones. So she did a lot of good stuff, and this brand definitely to me smells like one of the best quality ones that I've come across so far. And yeah, it's always interesting to find those brands that you don't really hear about, and most of the times it has to do with availability.
I'm just looking her up really quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, Terra, they should be in the United States, but even in Europe they are not that easy to come by. And I always wonder how much other Tom Ford she did, because for some of the Tom Fords, the perfumers aren't disclosed.
That's right.
I have a feeling that she might have done more work for them.
And I'm pretty sure her name is attached to ombre leather.
Yeah, that's definitely. And I like ombre leather, Noir Extreme, one of the newer Soleil ones. She has done a couple, I think. Oh yeah, Noir Pour Femme, which is better than the regular.
Barcelona Queers and Rima.
I haven't tried Rima, but Queers is quite a good one.
Golden Boy by Duetto. Escada. Giorgio Armani. Guerlain, she did Aqua Allegoria, TR Mimosa, and La Belle de Guerlain, which is you got to see this flacon.
I don't think I've tried
it's like a $50,000 perfume. It's very limited and exclusive. I haven't smelt it. I've seen the flacon. She did a lot of she did 3 Jean-Paul Gaultiers.
Yeah, she did the last Le Beau, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And the performance was horrible when I tried it, but I actually kind of liked for like I don't really like the Le Male line in general, but that one is the one with the coconut, I think, and I kind of like that.
Loewe. She did some Mont Blancs. Mugler, Narciso Rodriguez. Yeah, she did a crap ton for Narciso.
Yeah. And I think those are generally considered pretty good for that price. I think a lot of women like the Narciso musks, and yeah, I think those are pretty good.
Interesting. Rouge Bunny Rouge.
If it ever becomes available more readily, it's definitely one I think that's worth checking out. And yeah, there will be some other ones. There are so many brands that it's hard to keep up. It's,
she did Noir Extreme, Noir Pour Femme, Ombre Leather 16, and Orchid Soleil.
Oh yeah, Orchid Soleil.
Some for Valentino, Donna, Van Cleepen, our pals, Moonlight Patchouli, Yves Rocher, and she's got one for Zara. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's one I just stumbled upon by accident. That wasn't like a sponsored or whatever. It's just because
it's the best when you come across it by accident and without expecting anything great or anything in return for that matter.
Yeah, it's always fun to always find something that not everyone is already talking about. Like I love getting the new amouages, but everyone would have heard about them anyway. And this is something that you can, introduce to people. I guess that's. Yeah. I also conflicted between Ganymede. Yeah.
That's the problem with a lot of this new niche. It's just so inaccessible.
Yeah, and it's just too much. There are too many releases. I always, if you sort of keep up and you start with a brand and they release something new, it is more, that then you sort of get a feeling for the brand. But if you jump in now and you're going to, let's try some Montal, and they have 300.
Yeah, you can't keep up. And by the time you try them all, they've already released more.
Yeah, you don't even know what is what. And even if you go to a store, I mean, I was in the store last week. I couldn't really properly sample because we had to ask the sales assistant for every bottle because of COVID. They didn't let you grab the bottles yourself. But yeah, you stand there for a brand that you have never heard of, and they have 50, 60 fragrances out there. Where do you even start? It's sort of intimidating to get into. And I kind of like the brands that release like 4 fragrances and then add 1 a year. And you can just sort of get a feel for what they are. And even at home, I mean, when am I going to smell 60 fragrances from one brand? Who has the time for that? It's
So is there a new Oud Mineral? They have I
don't know.
A new Oud Mineral at Shoppers Drug Mart in Canada. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But I know Oud Mineral by Tom Ford was discontinued. And I agree very much with this comment here. I tried Montal like years ago, and it was like over and done with for me.
I'm not a fan of those either. I have one Montal that's Intense Cafe, which I kind of like, but I don't know if I would buy it today.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of that style of perfume. It's just like outrageously loud and aggressive, and I find it's more for people that are just entering into the hobby and want something that is going to last long and that they can smell with every single breath that they take, and people are going to notice them. There's just no, I don't know. It lacks for me class and subtlety and sophistication and.
That's it. If you are a casual wearer, it's probably pretty good value for money for the performance.
Yeah. I think that's what people are looking for.
Okay, but
because perfume is expensive and they want value from it, and by value they perceive projection and longevity and all that other jazz.
And Mancera is the same brand, of course, and I do like Cedra Boise, which I definitely bought because it was hyped in the community. But otherwise, Mancera I have the same feeling about. Until last month, I tried Saharian Wind, which is a release from last year. And that one really, to me, doesn't feel like a Mancera. It kind of reminds me of L'air du désert marocain, but not as warm. It's like a colder, like masculine, aromatic, leather, tobacco. And that one really surprised me. And I actually bought it, and I never thought I would buy a Mancera retail again. But
that's how I feel. Like there's nothing that they can possibly release that would interest me or be even interested in smelling it.
No,
I wouldn't go out of my way to look for it. If I passed if I came across it, of course I would smell it, but I wouldn't rush out to buy samples.
Most of them are kind of harsh. That performance comes at a price. That's usually the case. I think there are very few fragrances that smell very pleasant and sort of natural and easygoing and also last. I mean, it is often a bit of a trade-off, I think, and I rather have something that I don't smell all day or that I need to reapply than have something that burns my nostrils off for the first hour. You know, red tobacco is one of those Monsteras that's hyped to the gods.
It's one of the worst things I've ever smelled.
Man, after a couple of hours, it's okay. But the first, who wants to sit through that opening? It's such a mess. And it smells very, very harsh and
absolutely outrageous. And then not in a good way. There's outrageous.
Everybody loves it.
Like Serge Luton's outrageous, which I like. And then there's red tobacco.
Yeah, which was I absolutely hated that opening. And everyone was reviewing it. Everyone was loving it. And I figured, I need to try it. You know, maybe it's good value or whatever.
It feels like you're riding a motorbike all day. You just know, the sound of the engine, brum, brum, like constantly revving the gas for no reason. That's what most Montals are like, especially, or Mancera's the same, but red tobacco is just like that. Just constantly like revving, sitting at a red light, revving for no reason, just to show off.
Yeah, it's perfect for those people who, put projection, longevity, the loudness first. If that's, those people, you will see them sometimes in your live stream probably, or in your comments, like all they ask about is the performance.
Yeah.
Those brands probably appeal to those people very well, but
you have no idea what kind of comments I get on a daily basis. Like in those videos where I trash Lila, like I get a notification, not a notification, but I can go in and see all my latest comments. Doesn't matter if it was the video from yesterday or 5 years ago. And it's funny, like they're from names I've never seen before, people that have never commented on my videos. If you click on the person's profile, it'll actually come up how many comments they've left on your channel. I think even likes, or how many times you've liked their
They just come to leave that one comment.
Yeah, and they're absolutely disgusted with my reviews of certain of their fragrances, and it's hilarious to see how angry they get. Yeah. Especially with the Le Labos, those are always interesting comments, and the Manceras, the Cedrat Boisé get interesting comments as well.
Yeah. I don't get it. I mean, it's all subjective, and if you like it, you like it. Yeah. I mean, I like Santal 33 and I like Cedrat Boisé, but why would you get mad over that? I don't get it. People
I don't know.
Are so attached to what they have bought, I guess. I don't know.
Feelings get involved, and I don't know.
Yeah.
People are interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I got into Le Labo after the craze. I think that helps. There was such a craze before I got into this community, and now it's not. There was, I think when I started, it was very also cool to not like Le Labo, and now we're back to the point where you can like Le Labo again. But yeah, it's always, people are so black and white. They think, this is good, so everyone must think it's great, and yeah.
Le Labo is an interesting brand. I mean, I feel there was a time where I couldn't stand a lot of the stuff that they're doing, but now looking at other things, I can actually appreciate Le Labo for what they're doing, and they kind of stick in their, for the reason that they're not looking at anybody else. They're not watching any other brands. They're not following trends or hype. They do what they want to do, and that's it. Whereas, let's say like a brand like MFK, every fragrance is a snoozer. It's absolutely like, it's boring.
With Labo, it's that minimalism. I understand when people say, the same with the eccentric molecules, for example. Like, do you want to pay those amounts for that? It's very basic. It's very, and for me, with some, I have only tried a couple of them, and some I didn't care for. I just thought were okay. But for me, for example, with Santal 33, that was the appeal for me. It was such a bare bones, like I always think of it as an industrial fragrance. And totally. I've tried a couple of sort of clones, and most of them are actually better for most people. I think they are smoother. They are, for me, I don't get a lot of sandalwood in Santal 33. I get more cedar. I get more other things. It's very
more leather.
But I kind of like that.
I get wood, but it's not traditionally sandalwoody. It's not warm and creamy and milky. It's
kind of harsh.
Very sharp. And I get comments on my videos saying, like, wait, you gotta, 14 hours into the wear, it starts getting really creamy. And I'm like, yo,
Yeah.
14 hours, come on, man. Like, that's not
But
the
for me,
kind
it was
of
the
cream
opposite.
want.
I bought the other ones. I bought one of the sort of clones, and I bought one of the some of the samples. And for me, all of them was like, okay, they smell sort of like Santal 33, but it's not as rough. It's not as industrial. It's not as, and it's not a fragrance that I would wear a lot. But for what it is, I appreciated that sort of almost felt like unfinished, I guess. But I like that.
Absolutely. I know exactly what you need. Like, it's missing half of the molecules or ingredients or notes. They're just so rough and textured, but obviously they did that with purpose. It was intentionally created like that.
Plus, I believe with that one, the candle came first, I think.
That's right.
Which probably also influenced it, how it came out. You have a candle with less ingredients already.
Yeah. The customers love the candle, and that's the reception it got, and that's what inspired the perfume. But the majority of their fragrances feel unfinished to me.
Yeah, and the couple others, I don't feel it works, because I want for certain scent profiles that doesn't resonate.
Yeah,
I don't want a bare-boned patchouli or like those need a body for me. But yeah, for some reason that Santal, that sort of musky, woody, for that it worked. And the bergamot one is fine, I think, because bergamot is always minimal, almost, if you have a strong bergamot fragrance. Those, I don't think other brands are much less minimalistic than Le Labo is with their citrus fragrances. But at the end of the day, it's I always get the sentiment. I don't like the eccentric line, the molecules. But who cares if it costs €5 to make? If you like it, you wear it. I never really understand the whole price thing. I always had a discussion about the Jeremy fragrances. Who cares if he charges €700 for a bottle? You can say that you don't want to pay for it. You don't think it's worth it. But as long as people are buying it, why wouldn't he?
It's worth it to somebody.
At the end of the day, we often refer to perfumes as art. And, a piece of canvas costs €20 and a couple of paint, and those go for millions. So as long as there's a market, I'm always like, let it be, don't buy it. Don't.
Well, it's not just that. Like, let's say a piece of art sometimes takes years to paint.
Also,
or like sculptures take years to carve. You're paying for somebody's time. These people,
and it's just also coming up with it first. Like the eccentric molecules line. I don't care for them, but obviously it was a great idea. It was a marketing success. No matter how you look at it, and what I cannot really appreciate is then other brands copying that and doing the same thing, and that's where it gets iffy.
The first brand doing all the work, all the research and investment.
No matter how bad you might think it is, or how simple or overpriced,
taking the risk.
Yeah, they did it first, and then I think
that's
earned that.
Why I have very little tolerance for clone brands.
Yeah, I don't.
Regardless if they're cheaper or smell just as good or even better. Some people claim that they smell better, they last. I don't care. I'm not like, it's my own ignorance, and I don't care for them.
No, but for me as well, the only reason I can take a really hard stance against that is because almost every brand has clones in them now. You talk about Roja here often. Roja Vetiver came out like a year after Tom Ford's Grey Vetiver, and I'm sure there were others, and that smells sort of similar.
Oh, I think Roja takes more from Guerlain though than he does from Tom Ford.
But most brands, of everybody names Parfums de Marly and whatever. But there are so many brands that have.
But those are brands that I'm generally not interested in anyway.
But also brands probably that you are interested in. Most of them will have one or two fragrances that smell very similar to another one. I mean, it's just not even intentionally, but there are always fragrances that smell like another one. But where I draw the line is just like you said, the clone houses who purposely create clones, or even worse, who don't say they are clones. Most of them have no vision, no backstory, nothing, no presentation. it doesn't interest me at all. I don't care if they are €5 and just as good.
Right. They're
For
just
me,
very dry and bland.
yeah, I understand if you don't care about fragrances, you just want to smell good. You want to wear an orange fragrance to work. You buy a cologne. I don't really fault those people. But for people who are into this, I always feel a bit weird when I see big reviewers. I mean, I asked Steven, like, you have your own brand and you are reviewing a clone house. What if they are cloning your fragrances next month? How would you feel? What is that? I don't really get it. I always feel like almost awkward looking at it.
Yeah. I mean, there's many ways you can look at it. You can also say like, wow, somebody really likes my work and they want to copy it. So it can be flattering.
Definitely. But for me, I never saw the appeal
but it kind of feels like a double-edged sword, because they are taking from you and it could result in loss of income. But at the same time, it could also be bringing attention to your original fragrance.
Yeah, but I think you at least need to keep the boundaries. You need to distinguish between the clone and the original. I hate when people say, "Oh, I don't like Aventus," and they have never smelled Aventus. They have smelled clones of Aventus.
Yeah.
People need to stop acting like they are the same thing. And in my experience, the few things that I've smelled are not really high quality. People always say, "Oh, they are better quality," but I think most of the people who leave those types of comments haven't even smelled the original. If they have bought the original, they wouldn't be buying the clones. And it's sort of like, I think, a bit of a culture that it has its merits, but it's gone a bit too far, I think.
Yeah.
I see some people on my Instagram, and I always have to laugh. Like, they have bought 7 different clones of a fragrance that they couldn't afford. I'm like,
there you go.
I know you could have bought 2 bottles. Yeah, I don't get it. But
very ironic. Yeah, it seems like a very quick, disposable culture.
Yeah.
Let's just
I never got it either.
Quick and dirty. They're produced quickly and they feel like that too. They smell like that.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always a profit margin. I mean, I think you and I will both know that there are sometimes huge profit margins on those expensive niche brands. But you're not going to tell me that a €40 clone has the best top of the line perfumers and blending and ingredients. It just doesn't happen. Not everything. The excuse that the bottle is €5 cheaper is not instantly making your fragrance top of the line. It's, at the end of the day, you always pay for everything, and I'll gladly pay extra for a good bottle. I mean, I don't care about the box myself, but the bottle, I for me, that's part of the experience, and not that I would buy something just for the bottle or not buy it, but it is an extra, and I rather pay more for the original simply for the bottle than getting a Dua clone, which looks like a gamer designed that bottle. It looks horrible, I think. So yeah.
I feel the same way, and I like owning the bottle, and I like collecting from certain brands, and I'd rather have something lower that has lower interest from brands that I'm collecting or interested in than a popular fragrance that is from a brand that I don't care from.
Yeah.
I like following what my brands are doing, and I just kind of stick in that zone. There's just way too much perfume out there that I don't know. Some people like to smell everything from every single brand. That's not me. If I come across it, great, I'll try it. But I usually stick in kind of, I've got my own encasing. I know what I like, and that's where I'm okay with that.
You have enough of those to keep it interesting for yourself. It's not like you only have 3 bottles from one brand and that's it. That's what you can talk about. That's what you can discuss. That's what because this hobby is more than just smelling it. You want to talk with people. You want to have discussions. You want to share things. But there's so much to share with even one brand. It's not. And I'm at a stage. I like I said, I just started basically, and I didn't smell anything before that, or very little. So I'm at a stage where I want to smell a lot of things. And I know I bought raw ingredients. I bought samples from everywhere. I want to smell a lot of things, but I'm not buying everything. That's basically the whole thing. I want to sample a lot, and I will eventually probably also sort of narrow it down to buying more from the houses that I really appreciate, instead of grabbing something from everywhere.
There you go. And on that note, Brian, I'm gonna call it a night.
You've only been on for 4.5 hours.
Almost, yeah. My back's starting to get sore, if I'm honest. But thank you so much for coming on. I really enjoyed
it was about time.
with you. Whenever you're feeling comfortable to come on, please do. Always, if you find any new discoveries, let us know. Share them with us here in the chat.
Yeah. I'll hop on from time to time, but mostly I think it's too late. And tomorrow is a holiday here, so it's it's a bit easier now. But yeah.
All right.
I'll hop on from time to time.
Yeah, perfect. I'd love to hear you again sometime. Great chat, great segment here. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, you as well.
And everybody in the chat, thank you so much for coming on. We will not be seeing you tomorrow. I've got some things, taking my kid out for his birthday, so I want to make sure that he feels like dad's taking care of him. I don't want them to feel, neglected. So I like spending time with them. Hope you guys have a great week. We'll probably see you on the weekend. No, I've got lots of time on the weekend. And have a good night. We'll see y'all soon.
Yes, have a good night.